Hey guys, my name is Hogan. In this video, I'll be showing you how to create a WordPress website from start to finish. So you're going to go from a beginner who knows absolutely nothing about creating a website to an expert in just one video. So as you can see from the length of this video, it's not the shortest video, okay? But it's one of the most detailed and comprehensive videos that covers the complete process of creating a beautiful website. So you can use this video to become a freelancer and make money, or you can use this video to create your own website, whether or not you're a small business, online entrepreneur, or maybe you just want to create a website for fun. This is perfect. And this is also great for existing WordPress users who may be a little bit unsure of what to do to create a website using WordPress, or maybe you want to update an existing WordPress website, then this is perfect. So I've separated this video into 7 different sections. We're going to go over an introduction. Basically, I'll go over how we're going to be building the website, what we're going to be using, what we actually need. And don't worry, there is no coding involved and everything that we need is online. The second part of the website is I'll show you how to set up your website, so how to get your website online. So basically your customers can see it, you can see your website. Then I'll show you how to actually design your website, how to choose the right colors and different fonts for your specific business. And I'll show you how to actually design a website for your specific audience. And then I'll go through like top mistakes that people make and the top design techniques that top websites such as Apple, Tesla, Airbnb, what they use so that you can actually implement it for your website as well. Then I'll go through preparation. So this part, I'll be showing you how to prepare and where to actually find your images, icons, illustrations. I'll show you all the resources that the pros use so that you can use it too and build a beautiful website. Then the fifth part is I'll show you how to build your website. So in this video, it's going to be a drag and drop builder. So you can create virtually any website that you want within one day. So you don't have to learn any programming language or anything like that. You can change the text, you can change the color, you can change the layout, you can also change the header layout and also the footer layout. You can add in videos, video backgrounds, a blog, a contact form, maps, and those are some of the things that I'll be going through in this video. Then I'll be showing you how to optimize your website for mobile devices, and basically so it fits on your iPads, your iPhones, your tablets, your laptops and desktops as well. Then I'll be showing you how to rank your website on the page 1 of Google. So what's the point of a website if people can't actually find you, right? So I'll be showing you how to find keywords that people are searching for, and I'll show you how to optimize your website so it ranks there for those keywords. And when people are looking for you, then they can find your website instead of your competitor's website. And basically you can have more people calling you and more people buying your services or whatnot. So the best way to actually follow this video is that I've actually listed the timestamps and resources in the description below. So you can skip to any section, you can come back to any section, and you can also speed up the video and slow it down by clicking on the gear icon, because some people have said I speak too quick or I speak too slow. Then you can use the speed up and slow down function as well. And you can also click on the right arrow, double click it to fast forward, and double click the left arrow to rewind. And of course, you can pause the video by clicking on spacebar. So if you have any questions, drop it down below and I'll be happy to help you out. And you can also email me at support@hogansure if you need any help as well. So that's pretty much it. If you're ready, then I'm ready. Let's get started. So before we begin, I really appreciate it if you give this video a big thumbs up and maybe subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and spread this video to everyone on YouTube. So we're going to go over a brief introduction of how we're going to be building the website. What is WordPress? What do we need? And the costs involved. So previously websites were built with HTML, CSS, and other coding languages, and that would have taken weeks or months to learn, build, and actually manage. But luckily these days we use something called content management systems, and it basically allows anyone to create a website within a day or even within a few hours. For example, Weebly, Wix, Squarespace, Drupal, Magento, and many others. These are all content management systems, but the one that we're going to be using is WordPress. So WordPress is the most versatile and I believe is the best long-term option for most business owners. So WordPress actually powers over 35% of the top million websites in the world, and it has different themes, different page builders, and different plugins. Plugins are sort of like different apps, for example, on your phone that add extra functionality for your website. So for example, if you want to add some booking function or appointment function, you can add a plugin, or you could add a forum, you could add a membership area, you could add e-commerce functionality to sell stuff online and accept payments, or even music players and Instagram and things like that. So it also has really great integration with software that you need to run a business. For example, email marketing, things such as MailChimp, Aweber, GetResponse, and also integrates well with payment gateways, for example, PayPal and Stripe as well. So some of the most notable users that you may be familiar with is Forbes, Sony, Walt Disney, Samsung, Mashable, celebrities such as Jay-Z, Katy Perry, and even Justin Bieber. And of course, the fastest man on earth, Usain Bolt, uses WordPress as well. So what do we actually need to get started? The first thing you need is a domain name, which is your website address. So for example, YouTube's domain name is youtube.com. Google's domain name is google.com. So your domain would be your business name.com or maybe yourname.com. And the second thing you need is hosting. So hosting is basically where all your website files, such as your images and text, are stored, so people all around the world can view your website 24/7. So think of your website like a house. Your domain name is your address for your house. Your hosting is basically the land for your house. And WordPress is basically the tool that we use to build our house. So the cost involved to get started today is for your domain name, it starts from $15 per year. And then your hosting starts from $3.95 per month, which is normally paid on a yearly basis. And WordPress itself is a free and open source software, which we install after we get our domain and hosting. And we need a theme as well, which is free and included in the tutorial, but you do have the option to get support and updates. And the total to get started is around $65 for the startup plan, but you do have the option to get the trial hosting account, which is less than $35. So what we're going to do now is to get our domain and hosting, and we can get that at SiteGround. So you can click on the link down below in the video description, or you could just go to your browser and type in siteground.com/go/HOGAN 60 and then click on enter. So you should be taken to this page that looks like this, where you got 3 different plans. If you are not, then you can hover over hosting and click on web hosting. So as you can see, the price might be a little bit different on your end because I'm basically on the Australian website. I think for the United States website, it's $3.95, $5.95, and $11.95. If you've been redirected to the wrong region, then you can select the regions on the bottom here. All right. So scrolling back up here, the main difference between the 3 plans is that for the startup plan, you can only host one website only on that account, right? For the Grow Big and the Go Geek, you can host unlimited websites. So for example, you could have your website, your friend's website, your family's website, and maybe a few clients' website as well. So basically you can share the cost and you can save a lot more money. So below this is the web space. Okay, so as you can see, the web space here and also the recommended monthly visitors for your website, they do have that as an estimation. Let's say if you go over that, then you can quite easily upgrade that within the dashboard when you're actually inside. So it's not like a TV where you have to buy a completely new TV. You just have to pay the sort of pro rata rate. I think that's what you call it. And then you can actually upgrade. Okay. So you can actually build any sort of website on either 3 of these plans. So for example, if you want to build an e-commerce store, a blog, a restaurant website, membership website, it doesn't really matter. It's just like a virtual piece of land where you can build anything on top of. Okay. So if you know that you want to build more websites, I recommend Grow Big. If not, just go with the startup. So for this tutorial, I'm just going to get the startup. So click on Get Plan. So to register a new domain, it's fairly straightforward. All you need to do is click here and type in the name that you actually want to register. So for example, Site Tutorial 123, and then you can click on the drop down here and you can select the domain extension. So a good thing about SiteGround over other hosting companies is that you actually get to choose the country-specific domain name extensions, right? So for example, if you're located in the UK, then you can choose .co.uk. So what that means is that it builds extra trust and credibility when people are actually searching for you on Google. They actually see that, okay, your website's from the UK, then they're more likely to click into that result. So I think that's really beneficial. But if you're an online business, then you could probably just go with a .com. And let's say if you already have a domain, for example, you might have bought one from Namecheap or GoDaddy or just anywhere else, then you can select this option here and type in your domain name, and you'll basically need to connect it a little bit later on. So what we're going to do now is just click on proceed. And sometimes the name that you've actually chosen might not be available. So sometimes you might need to be a little bit more creative. Let's just say I might just add a 4 to it, okay? But what I don't recommend is choosing a sort of year-specific domain name, because that means you have to change it every single year. For example, some people go, site tutorial 2019 or 2020. That means next year, you'll need to update that, which is not really ideal, okay? So you can click on proceed now. So what I'm going to do now is quickly fill in my email and password for my new account, and also client information and also credit card information to pay for that. So what I recommend you guys do is to just pause the video and fill that in quickly, and then we can move on to the next section. So once you've filled in that information there, you can scroll down to the purchase information. So here you can select and change the plan if you want to again, but the most important thing is selecting the data center. So another major benefit of going with SiteGround is that you can choose where your website is hosted. So let's say, for example, you are a local business in India and your main audience is in India. Then you would go with Singapore as your data center, because the distance from the data center to your audience is a lot closer, right? So if your website is loading faster, then Google's going to take that as a positive ranking signal to rank your website higher as well. So with the period here, what I recommend is either going with 12 months or more, because what you actually do is you actually lock in that discounts for a longer term, right? If you actually choose the trial, then it's going to renew at the higher rate. So what I do recommend is going 12 months or more. But for this tutorial, I'm just going to select the trial because I actually have another account with SiteGround already. I just wanted to show you and walk you through basically step by step how to sign up and everything like that. So here with your domain privacy, this is actually recommended, but it's not necessary. So what this actually does is it actually hides your personal information that you put in above from the public. So normally when you actually sign up for a new hosting, a new domain service, your personal details will actually be public. And what that means is that a lot of companies like marketing companies or SEO companies, they're going to contact you with sales messages and things like that. You may think that's annoying, so you may want to get domain privacy, right? But if you're a local business and your address and your email is already out there, then it may not be of any use. But if you're working from home and you don't want people calling you and you don't want people to know where you live and stuff like that, I recommend getting domain privacy. So with the site scanner, you can actually use a plugin to actually scan your website. Again, it's recommended, but not necessary. For this tutorial, I'm not going to select it. So here, just click on I confirm and I agree. Okay, so if you want to get updates from SiteGround, you can tick that as well. Once you're done and you've checked everything, then you can click on Pay Now. So that's just going through and setting up your account. So once it says that your account was successfully created, then you can click on Proceed to Customer Area. So this is basically the SiteGround dashboard where you can actually manage your services. So for example, you can click on services here, and here you can click on manage. And over here, when you click the 3 little dots here, you can actually cancel, you can upgrade, you can also change the server locations and things like that. Okay, so if you actually click on websites right now, then it should say pending and we want to click on complete. Okay, so when you actually click on complete, then we can actually create our new website. So what you're also going to get is also a verification email, and you'll need to actually verify your new domain. Okay, so I'm just going to click on that to actually verify that. Okay, so we actually needed to wait a few seconds for that to load, and then what you need to do is click on verify information, and then you should be good to go. Anyways, let's go back to our account and you can click on select here. And what we're going to do is install WordPress. So click on select and we're going to set in our email address and also our password to actually log into WordPress. So I'm just going to put in my email and also put in a password and then click on continue. I'm just going to close that. So I'm going to click on update for that. So I'm not going to select this extra service. I'm just going to click on finish. And now it's going to create and install my WordPress installation onto my domain name. Once that is done, you can scroll down and you can go to site tools. So click on manage site. And I'm going to close this tab up here. So here is basically where you can manage your actual site and where you can actually create an email address for your domain name. So you can also click here and you have a bunch of different options here. But what we're going to do now is actually log into our WordPress website. Okay, so what you're going to get is an email from SiteGround. If you don't get it, make sure to check your spam folder. Then you can click on the admin URL and that's going to take you to the WordPress login. Or what you can do is just type in your domain name. So for example, site tutorial1234.com/wp-admin and then click on enter. Okay, so what I recommend you do is to actually just save it as a bookmark and then you can just access your website really easily, right? So what you need to do is just to paste in your username and also your password that you've set in before, okay? And then click on login. I'm just gonna close that and I'm gonna add that as a password. What I'm going to do is scroll down to the bottom and we're going to click on exit. So this is the default WordPress starter package that SiteGround has installed, but I'm going to be showing you how to build the website from scratch. So we're going to click on exit. Alright, so now that you have your WordPress installed, this is your dashboard for your WordPress installation, right? So this is the back end of your website. Your dashboard may look a little bit different, but it should be 90% the same. So what we're going to do first is I'm going to show you what the front of the website looks like. So you can hover over the top left and right click and visit that site. Okay, so this is what your customers currently see. So don't worry about it right now because we're going to be transforming it in a few minutes. So if you actually go to this domain on your mobile, this is what it'll look like. Okay, so this is your front end and this is your back end. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure everyone's on the same page because some people may have a previous installation or sometimes you may just want to start fresh. So what we're going to do is do a WordPress reset, right? So you can go to plugins and what the WordPress reset is going to do, it is basically going to reset everything to your factory settings of WordPress. So if you've followed along and you've gotten your domain and hosting from SiteGround and you've just installed it, then you don't really need to, right? You can just deactivate your plugins. But if you want a complete fresh installation, then you can click on add new. Now, if you don't actually see the add new button for your plugins, sometimes that may be because you have the WordPress.com version of your WordPress. So I know that sounds a little bit confusing, but you've basically signed up for WordPress on their actual website. You haven't actually got your domain and hosting through another provider. So you're basically hosting your WordPress website on the WordPress company servers. And that comes with some limitations. For example, it's completely free, but you actually have your name in your domain name, right? You don't have your own branded domain name, and you don't actually have the ability to add plugins. So if you click on plugins here, you actually need to upgrade to the business plan to actually install plugins and actually install sort of custom themes as well. So if you go to the appearance, click on themes, then you notice that you don't have an add new button up here. So you can either just keep it like that, like just use the free version of WordPress, but I think that you're going to be missing out on a lot of the possibilities that you can actually do with WordPress. So the WordPress.com version is sort of like you're moving into an apartment. You can't really add maybe like an extra room to your home. Whereas the one that we're currently using is the WordPress.org version, and that's sort of like building your own house. So you can add an extra room, you can renovate it however you want. You can read the full differences on WP Beginner. Okay, so I'm going to put a link on the top right, and you can read all about it. So what you can actually do, you have a few options. So if you go here, then if you click on plans, then you can actually upgrade to the business plan. And that's going to give you access to basically allow you to upload the themes and also the custom plugins. So you'll be able to actually follow along step by step with the tutorial and basically see the full possibilities of WordPress itself. So you can either do that, or you can actually skip back a few minutes of the video, and then you can actually get your domain and hosting by just following me and learning how to set that up yourself. So that's up to you. But what we're going to do now is search for a plugin called WordPress Reset and then click on enter. So here is the plugin. It's by Web Factory Limited, and then click on install now and then activate it. And then to access it, then you can hover over tools and then click on WP Reset. So what this is going to do, it's going to delete all your content on your posts and also on your pages, right? So if you have written content, you may want to actually save that in a Google Doc or maybe a Word document because it's going to delete all of that. So what we're going to do is scroll down here, and I'm going to untick this. Okay, so I'm not going to reactivate the plugin. Untick that, and then I'm going to type in reset, okay, and click on reset. So that's going to restore WordPress to the factory settings, and basically everyone will be on the same page. So this is what the default WordPress actually looks like. What we're going to do is just close this and just clean this up a little bit, just like that. Okay, so before we actually do anything, we need to hover over settings and click on permalinks. And what we need to do is change the settings here to post name. So what that basically does is that, let's say when you're creating an about page, then the title about will actually be included in the URL. So you don't want it to be equals p equals 123. You want the title or the post title within the actual whole URL. So once that is done, you can scroll down and save changes. Then the next thing that you can do is hover over appearance and click on themes. So what we're going to do is add a theme. So below this video, there is actually a theme download link. You can actually download that onto your computer, and it's going to look something like this, themify-ultra.zip. Sometimes your browser may automatically unzip the file, and it may be a folder, and what you need to do then is to right click and compress it back into the zip file, because this is the file that we'll be uploading. Okay, so go back here and click on add new and upload theme and choose file, and then look for your theme. Okay, it should be .zip, and then click on open and click on install now. So it's going to upload that theme onto our computer. And the theme that we're going to be using is the Themify Ultra theme. So this is a theme that I personally use and recommend because you're able to fully customize your website really easily. So you can click on activate. And here you have different skins and demos that you can actually choose from. Okay, but I personally don't recommend choosing it. I'm going to show you how to build your website from scratch, because sometimes when you import a demo, it's sort of hard to edit and hard to change, and you can't really build a website that sort of is actually for your audience, right? So we're going to close that, and what you can do now is you can view the website. So click on visit site on the top, and this is what your website actually looks like right now. So what we're going to do now is add some pages. So go back to your dashboard area and click here. Then you can go to pages. Okay, so I'm going to delete the sample page. I'm just going to click on trash, and I'm going to click on add new. And the first page that we are going to create is our home page, right? So click here, add title. So we're going to type in home, and then click on publish, and then click on publish again. Okay, once it says it's published, then we can add a new one. And to do that, you can just hover over on the top here, okay, and then click on page. So this one is going to be about page, and publish again. Once that is done, we're going to add maybe a services page and a contact page. So again, you can add as many pages as you want, so it doesn't really matter, okay? And it doesn't matter if you change the name or anything like that. So services and publish, And then I'm just going to do a contact page as well. Okay. And then once you're done, then we can go back to visit our website, and then you can see your pages there. So what we need to actually do, if we actually click on the home page, you'll see that it will have your domain name /home. So what we want to do is to change that page so it just appears as our domain name. Okay, so click on customize, and it's going to direct you to Themify options. You want to click on back and homepage settings, and you want to set a static page. And for your static page, for your home page, you want to select your home page. Once you're done, you can click on publish. You can close that. And now when you're on your home page, then it just displays as your domain URL. Okay. So what we want to do next is we want to reorder our menu. Okay. So to do that, you can click on customize. And it's going to take you to Themify options again. So you want to click on back here. And then you can click on menus, and you want to create a new menu. So click on that. And for the menu name, you can name it anything you want, but I'm just going to name it top nav for top navigation, and set it to the main navigation. So your footer navigation is down here. Okay. Now, sometimes you might just see 3 lines here. So what you can actually do is, if you're using Chrome or any other browser, then you can actually zoom out of your website, okay, so that you can actually see it. Okay, so when you actually zoom in like that, it sort of shows you the mobile menu, right? So you can actually click on that and your menu appears there. So I'm going to just zoom out a little bit and then click on next, and then I want to add items. So I'm going to set in the pages that I want to appear in my menu. So I'm not going to put in the home page, because normally when people click on the logo, that's going to redirect to your home page. So I want to pull in maybe my contacts, services, and about page. And you can reorder it just by clicking it and dragging it and placing it on the top like that. Okay, drag it there. So as you can see on the right, it has reordered, right? And you can actually create a drop-down menu as well, by simply clicking it and sort of dragging it or indenting it, I think that's what we call it, below about. So what that is going to do is when you actually hover over about, then services is going to drop out, right? So I'm going to put it back, but that's how you create a drop-down menu. And you can create a drop-down menu like within a drop-down menu too. So for example, like that, right? About, services, and like that. So we're going to put it back, and then here for your menu options, I recommend setting it to add new top level pages to this menu. So when you're creating a new page, so for example, you're creating maybe like a careers page, or another about page, right? It actually appears on the top, right here. So I'm going to set that in, and then I'm going to click on publish. Okay, and then close it. Okay, so that's reordered, right? You can also go back here, hover over here and click on dashboard, and you can also hover over appearance and click on menus, and here you can also edit your menu if you want to use this one too. Okay, it's very, very similar. You can also create a new menu as well, for example a footer menu, and then set in the pages for your footer menu. I'll show you that a little bit later on. So what we're going to do now is go back to our homepage, and we want to set our layout for the page, right? We want to remove the title, remove the sidebar, and change the header design and footer design. So to do that, we can go back to our dashboard, and we can go to Themify Ultra, Themify settings. And then what I generally like to do is I like to open my site in a new tab. Okay, so I can see what things that I'm making changes to. So we're going to go to theme settings first, okay, and then scroll down to theme appearance and scroll down to header design. So here you've got probably over a dozen header designs that you can choose from. So the one that I like best and I recommend is the header top bar. Okay, it's the most simple and very, very good for any website. So we're going to save it and then come back here and refresh it. Okay, so that changes your header design. So what I want to do is I want to remove this tagline, and I want to remove this RSS icon and search icon. Okay, so go back here, and you can quite easily do that. You can exclude the search form. That's completely up to you, but for me, I want to remove it, exclude the RSS, and then click on save. And then if you refresh that page, then it should be gone, right? Really, really simple. Remove the tagline too. So here we're gonna look for the tagline and remove that. Click on save, and then you can refresh that. So perfect. So now the next thing, I wanna edit the footer. So go back here and scroll down to footer design. So you can change the footer design. Okay, I'll walk you through that later on. But what I wanna do is I wanna exclude the site logo, and I wanna get rid of powered by WordPress. So let's click on exclude site logo. You can also exclude the back to top button as well. That depends on what you want. And you can play around with the settings. Okay, so we're gonna go back down here to footer text, and I wanna remove the footer text too. And then click on save, right? And then if we refresh that, then we're pretty much good to go. Like a simple footer, ready to go. Now the next thing that you wanna do is remove the title and the sidebar. So if we go to the default layouts, okay, click on default layouts, and we wanna click on default page layouts. So click on that. And for the sidebar option, we want to remove it, so no sidebar. And we also want to hide the title, right? And we also want to make sure that we disable all comments on pages, and then click on save. Then you can go back and refresh. Then you are pretty much good to go, right? Now you have a blank canvas to actually build your website however you want. So if we click on the about page, it also looks the same as well. And if we click on here, then it is blank. So we can actually start building by actually clicking on turn on builder, and this is your row, and you can begin actually dropping in different modules. Now this is what I've previously done in my older tutorials. I've showed people straight away how to actually build. But then I realized the result that people were getting weren't as good as I thought it would be. Now the reason for that is because I think I didn't show you the whole entire process before the building phase. So if we actually start building, then we're starting here and we're skipping these 6 different steps before that phase. So it's sort of like building a house. You want to plan, you want to actually choose your colors, you want to choose like how many rooms you're going to build, you want to prepare your materials before you actually start building. This is the same for your website, and this is why I want to actually go through this sort of behind the scenes process of how to actually do it so that you can get the best result possible for yourself or for your clients. So I'm going to get straight into it. So before we get started, what I recommend is using Millernote. So Millernote is a really great tool which you can just Google and click on enter to sort of organize your creative projects. For example, your website or any other design project that you may have, right? So you can click on the top right here to sign up for free. And once you've actually done that, then you should see an empty board. Now I'm gonna leave a link in the description down below, so you can actually use this template and follow along, and also use it as a guide to sort of organize your thoughts and also your website files, okay? So what we're gonna look at first is your goals and your brand attributes for your business or your brand. So I'm gonna click into here, and I'm sort of gonna explain to you how to use Millernote as I'm explaining, okay? So don't worry about that. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to define a goal, because it's actually going to give you a target to shoot for, right? The biggest problem that I see is a lot of websites that I actually go onto who have actually been following my tutorials is that I don't actually know what the website is about or what it's actually trying to get me to do. And I think that is because it actually doesn't have a goal beyond actually, completing a website within a specific time frame and doing it as cheaply as possible. That is not a good goal. You want a goal that sort of moves your business or your brand forward. Or it may be a specific, maybe it's non-profit, maybe you want to build more awareness or something like that. But you want to make sure that it's also specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, something you believe in, that you can actually achieve in that specific time frame. So for example, a goal could be, to get 10 targeted visitors to your website per day within the next 90 days. But in my case, I'm going to be showing you how to build a freelance web developer website. And my goal is I want to get 1 client per week, paying me between $3,000 to $5,000 for a web design project within the next 90 days, right? So your goal has to be something like that. So everything that you do you can actually filter through and ask yourself, is what I'm actually adding on my website, is it helping me achieve my goal? So once you've actually done that, then you want to look at your brand attributes for your business, right? So this is like the look, the style, the feel, the voice, and the personality of your brand, right? So this is what you personally, what you want, but also you have to take into consideration what are your competitors' brand attributes as well. So then you can determine how can you actually make yourself different, right? So people will actually pick you. So you can actually look at these examples here. For example, Kiehl's, if we click into there, Kylie Skin, Uber, Airbnb, and a restaurant. Okay, so we're going to look at these examples and sort of break it down and look at their brand attributes. So you can sort of get an idea of what you should actually choose for your personal business. So this is completely up to you what you pick, but you do have to pick it, because what we're going to do is we're going to use these to determine our fonts and our colors and essentially everything on our website. Okay, and this is going to give you the sort of broad direction that we're going to go with our design. So if we look at this website here, the first impression is that it's very, very exclusive, right? So the brand attribute may be exclusive, and you can tell by the sort of the type and also by the photography. Okay, if you look at Airbnb, this one is a little bit different. So obviously it doesn't look very exclusive at all. It's very, very inclusive. It's inviting. It's caring. It's warm. It's friendly. At least that's what I feel, and hopefully you feel the same way as well, because obviously with Airbnb, you're booking a place to stay at, and obviously you want the vibe to be inviting. So it's a little bit different. So here with Uber, this is a little bit different as well. So with the sort of black header and also the black color scheme with the blue and also the font, it looks very simple, modern, and professional, and almost techie, okay, because they use illustrations here. So that's their brand attribute, right? If we look at Kylie Skin, okay, so this is I think skincare line that Kylie Jenner has started, and you can look at it, it looks very sleek, modern, feminine, and also lifestyle, okay? But if you look at Kiehl's, then this one's a little bit different as well. So this one is, maybe you could say it's earthy or organic, okay, because they use different plants. And also with the font, okay, it looks very, very traditional. Seems like there's some heritage behind it, and that may be the brand attributes. So what you want to do is you want to determine maybe 3 to 5 that describe your brand or business, and then type it out here. Okay, so you can type it out here. So for example, I've picked creative, unique, personal, inclusive, simple, and clean. Okay, so the next step of the understanding phase is to actually do your user personas. So the user persona is basically like the profile of the person that's going to visit your website, right? It's their age, it's their gender, whether they're married or not, do they have children, what's their income, what are their goals, and what are their problems and frustrations and things like that. You really want to have a deep understanding of your customer so you can actually create a website for that specific person, right? When that specific person comes to your website, then they're like, wow, this is exactly what I want, exactly what I need, right? So it's sort of like if you're building a house for a family, right? A family of 4, and they like this sort of country feel in the house, and you sort of design it and build it. And once they actually walk into that house, they'll actually love it, because you know who they are. You can actually build a very, very specific one for them, right? So you want to actually look at your customer data if you have it, right? If you're an existing business, you want to look at maybe your social media analytics, your Google Analytics, or any customer relationship management software. If you have maybe their age, their name, and stuff like that, you want to sort of build out these profiles, right? So once you actually have these profiles, then when you're actually making decisions on, let's say, the colors, the images, you can actually look back and say what would John think of this color scheme, right? Or basically, what would Sally want? So you can go back to user profiles and think about, what would they want? Because most of the time when people are building, you sort of are building for yourself. And when you have a user persona, it's much easier to make decisions. So this is actually going to save you a ton of time later on. You can also find the information by, spying on your competitors' social media. You can click into their, their user profiles and see what they like, what they don't like, and make a very, very educated speculation if you are maybe like a new business. So what I've done is basically I've done it for my website that we're going to be creating as well. So you can take a look at it, and it's really, really important that you put a name to it and also add an image so you can actually see like visually who you're creating the website for, right? So then when you're actually building, if you have trouble, let's say you don't know what image to put. So for example, Uber right here, they've obviously done user profiles and user personas so that they know that most of the drivers are male. So they're going to put a picture of a male who's between 40 and 50 years old. And then when someone actually goes to the website, they're like, wow, this is me. And they're more likely to connect and trust the website. Okay. So the same thing with Kylie's skin. So since she knows who her target audience is, probably young females between 13 and 18, then you can actually ask, is this design something that maybe like a 16-year-old would actually like, right? Then if it's yes, then that's good, right? If Kylie created something like this, then probably it's not going to work as well, right? So user persona is actually really, really important for anything that you actually do, from like whatever like product or service that you're creating. If you actually do it, it's going to help you a lot. So once you've actually done that, then we can actually move on to the next step. So one of the most important processes when it comes to design is to actually look at your competition, inspiration, to sort of generate a mood board. So you can actually do that quite easily by using Milanote, and you can actually use their Chrome extension as well. So click on the link and download that Chrome extension onto your Google Chrome. And once you've actually done that, then you can actually go to your competitor's website. Let's say you are creating a restaurant and you want to sort of save an image that you can actually show your photographer, or maybe just to sort of show your clients as well. Then you can go to the website and let's click on one of the links. Okay, so what you can actually do is hover over the image, and on the top left, you can actually click on save, and you can save it to your Milanote board. So save it there like that. And let's say you want this image as well, save it, right? So you can actually do this and show your client, or you can do it together with your client to ensure that basically that your design is something that they want. So it's much better to do this beforehand rather than, designing it and then showing them. So show them the sort of visual direction that you want to go with, or it may be a visual direction that you want to go with your own website, right? You can also go to, let's say, Unsplash, and let's say you're creating maybe a pillowcase company, and one of your brand attributes is soft. Then what you can actually do is on the top here, type in soft and click on enter. And you can save these inspiration for later. You can actually use these images to choose your color palette as well, right? So it's going to give you a good visual direction of sort of where your website is going to go, and also maybe spark some creativity, right? So maybe you want this image as well, so you can save it. All right, then you can go back to your Milanote board and you can drag it in like this to create sort of a mood board. And you can also, if you actually see some fonts that you actually like, save it here, and it's going to help you sort of make your color choices and your font choices and also your layout choices a lot easier when you actually have something to look at. So once you've actually done that, then we can move on to the next step. So what we're going to do now is try to look for suitable colors and fonts for your website that you can actually use. So before I actually get into it, I'm not a color expert or a typography expert. I just want to show you maybe some guidelines and maybe the process of how you can choose the right color and also the right fonts for your website. Okay, so the most important thing when you're actually choosing your colors and fonts is that you've actually chosen it. Okay, chosen it with some thought, and you've actually looked at basically your user personas, your competition, and also the brand attributes, and also the style of the website you want to portray, that you've actually thought about it. It's important that you do that. Otherwise, when you're actually building, then if you're making the decision then and there, it's normally based on feeling, and that's not as good. So what I recommend is, first of all, look at the color psychology sort of infographic and look at the different emotions that each of the different colors can actually evoke. So when you actually look at it, then you can refer back to your brand attributes and basically sort of match and think about, which color that you're going to go with, right? And also think about your competition as well. Like, is the color that you've chosen, is it different from your competitors? Because you don't want to be exactly the same. Think of your website like on the supermarket shelf. You can see that, it's very, very competitive there, and, brands basically choose different colors, so they want to differentiate themselves. So once you've actually looked at it, okay, and studied it, then what I recommend is basically start choosing your colors. So there's a few ways of actually doing it. The first way is actually going to a website called Material UI, and you can pick a color from there manually. So what I personally like to do is pick a primary color that I want to go with. So again, think about your competitors and think about your audience as well. Okay, so for me, I'm going to pick maybe this one here. Okay, so the colors that you pick here is really good because they aren't high in saturation, right? So what I mean by that is I see a lot of people actually pick colors when they're actually building. They use this type of red for their text. It's just too harsh on the eyes. And even if you go to the McDonald's website, you can actually compare them, right? So this one's sort of like a cherry red. It's a little bit more muted. This one is just very, very saturated, and it's, after you look at it a while, it looks very, very harsh. And same with this green here. It's just a little bit too bright. And same with this blue here. So when you're actually picking the color, you can see the color palettes here just looks really, really nice and really, really subtle on the eyes. And if you look at, a lot of the different brands, so let's say, for example, Airbnb, the color they use is very, very nice and easy on the eyes, right? So if you go to Upwork, like the green they use, very easy on the eyes and it looks really good. So that's what I recommend first. Okay, so you can actually choose one primary color and then you can choose maybe one accent color. Okay, so your accent color is maybe for your call to action, or maybe for places where you need to sort of differentiate the color, right? You don't necessarily need to use it. For example, the Upwork website, they just use the green as well for their call to action as well. Okay, like that. So I think maybe the primary color is maybe this sort of bluish sort of green color, and you can see they apply the colors in the background of the image as well. So we can go back here, and you can also go to the Adobe website as well to get your colors. So when you're actually on the let's say on the material color and you pick the color, it copies that code there. You can go back here and you can basically drag in a note and then put in the hash and paste in that color code, right? Something like that. Okay. So what I generally like to do is I also like to pick some dark grays and also light grays and also put in the white color code, right? So these colors are used very, very often. Okay. So they're used to sort of separate content. So as you can see, there is a light gray background. Okay. It separates the content. And also it's used for the text as well. So generally when you're actually picking colors, when you're actually going for a darker tone, it normally means something that's more serious, maybe something that's more secure, maybe something that's a little bit more professional as well. Okay, but when you go for a lighter tone color, it's definitely a lot more playful and friendly, a little bit younger as well. So you really have to think about your audience as well. Like if you're building, like let's say, maybe a website security company, then you want to go for maybe a darker tone color or something like that. You don't really want to go for something that's very, very light like this. Okay, like this Tiffany website, like this light blue, probably not the best sort of color for that. Okay, so here you can also go to the Adobe sort of color wheel. Okay, you can pick the colors here. Okay, so here there's different types of color harmony rules that you can pick. And when you're actually picking, as you can see, you've got so many different colors here. So you don't necessarily have to use all these colors. And when they actually are used, they're sort of used sparingly on the website, right? If you actually go to Upwork, you can see that the colors are used sort of in the background of this image. They're used on their little icons here as well, right? It's not like they put the whole sort of background as that color. Okay, same with Airbnb. So their color palette is, as you can see, they use it for different sort of categories and different sections like that with their text, okay, to represent different things, right? It's not necessarily used as, you know, their sort of text and everything, their normal text and everything like that, okay? So that's how they sort of apply it. So when you're looking at, you know, all these different colors, like don't think you have to use all of them. They're sort of used in different parts of your website. Okay, so you can also go monochromatic. So monochromatic is sort of very, very easy to match, or you don't even have to go and pick colors. You can go with something that's very, very neutral. Like for example, a lot of e-commerce websites and tech websites, they use just the dark gray with white, and most of the focus is on the actual picture itself. Okay, so if you want to build something that's modern and simple, maybe you just go with a dark gray and light gray and white, like just like Apple. Okay, so a lot of fashion websites, a lot of e-commerce stores, they just use that. Okay, so you can also go back here and you can pick the color scheme and copy over the color code and build up your color palette. You can also click on explore and you can type in the mood that you want to create. So before we've created our brand attributes, so let's just say you want to create something that's the soft pillowcases. So you might type in soft, right? And this is going to give you some examples of very soft color palettes, which may be good for the soft pillow company, right? So as you can see, the colors are a little soft. And again, you have to think about, you know, your user personas. Like if you go back here, if you go back to your user personas that you created, I think it was here. Okay, so you can actually ask, like, does Tom the DIY, what would he think of this color choice here? You know, probably not for him, probably for younger females. If you're building maybe like a security company or something like that, or your brand represents secure, then you can see the tone of the color is a little bit darker. So you can type in different keywords here to explore, and you can also click back here. You can also extract from an image. So what we did before is we go back here when we looked at our competition and also inspiration when we built our mood board, we can actually import the images here and then import it and drag it into here, and then it'll take the colors that you can use for your color palette. So that's how you can actually find your colors. You can also, let's just click back here for a second. So you can also pick colors by using the ColorZilla Chrome extension by downloading that extension onto your computer, and then when you can actually click over here, okay, pick the color from the page, right? So if you like specific colors that other people have used, then you can pick that same color by clicking this and selecting it. Okay, let's just try and get it like that, and you've copied over the color code. Okay, so basically don't worry about picking the perfect color palette. Most of the time when I pick it, sometimes when I build it, I'm like, okay, this is not right. It doesn't look right, then I adjust it a little bit. So once you've actually picked your colors, then we can move on to the next step to choose our fonts that we're going to be using on our website. So what we're going to do now is we're going to look at some tips and recommendations to help you basically choose the font for your website. So basically when we're looking at different fonts, there are basically two different typefaces. So first typeface is called the sans serif typeface, and the second one is called the serif. So the main difference is in the actual curves on the edges here. So as you can see, the sans serif, it's plain, whereas this one has curves. And also this one, the strokes are actually thicker and thinner, so it changes, but these ones are very, very even. So this one looks very, very modern, simple and clean, and it's actually used on most websites. For example, Apple, Amazon, Airbnb, they actually use the sans serif typeface, and even on your phone and your web browser, they use the sans serif typeface. So 80% of the time, you're probably going to go with sans serif, but 20% of the time, if you want something more traditional, you want something that's elegant, maybe you want something like Tiffany & Co., where you're selling something that is elegant but yet modern, you may go with a sort of serif heading, but then for your body text, you may go with sans serif, right? So it's modern but also elegant at the same time. So a big mistake that a lot of people make is that people actually think you need a lot of different fonts for your website to look good. So that's not the case. You can also download a Chrome extension called WhatFont and install that and click it, and you can actually hover over the text, and you can see that it actually is like pretty much the same font for the entire website, right? So the most important thing when you're actually sort of adding text onto your page is making sure that there is good visual hierarchy. So what I mean by that is if you actually go to this website here, you can see when you look at that, you don't really know sort of where to actually focus your attention, right? So this text here is sort of competing with the text here and also here. But if you actually go to maybe some really nice websites, like for example, Upwork, you can see that the heading is nice and thick, right? So that's what you're drawn to first, and then you're drawn to the subheading and then the call to action, right? The same thing with if you go to Xero, okay, a good, nice, big heading, and then a subheading, and then call to action. You know, same thing with the Apple, right? You can see it's very, very nice, but with this one here, it's not very good, right? So a lot of people actually do this, so you want to make sure that you sort of get it right. So here's a basic example that I want to show you. Okay, so as you can see, you don't really know, what to focus your attention on. So to fix it, what you can do is maybe take this font and we can actually make it a little bit less sort of bold, make it a little bit thinner. Okay, so that looks not too bad. But then again, you may want to make the color maybe a lighter instead of a dark gray, a light gray, something like that. Just tone it down a little bit. And something like here, you want to make this maybe even lighter. So something like that, right? So you can actually see it just looks much easier on the eye, right? And all this is the same font, but just different size and a lighter color as well, right? So you can actually see this on a lot of interfaces. For example, if you actually go to, let's say Airbnb, right? So there's a lot of information here, but they sort of lay it out very well, where the title is the most important thing, and then the subtitle here, and then they also have maybe I think the category, but they've sort of made it capitalized, so there's a little bit of difference here, and they've made this like really small and also lighter as well. So as you can see, the interface, it just looks really, really nice. So that's the most important thing when it comes to typography. So what I recommend is actually going to Google Fonts and sort of picking your fonts first. So what you can do is maybe you can type something. Let's just say your brand attribute may be elegant. So you can type that in and you can see and look through sort of which font sort of represents that attribute. If you actually click on the categories, you can actually sort of filter it. You can also choose display and handwriting, but honestly, I don't recommend it for your website unless it's for maybe like a poster or a one-off sort of hero image heading, because if you actually see, it's just a little bit more expressive, it's got more personality, and if you have this for your body text, like no one's going to take you seriously. But sometimes it may be good depending on basically maybe you want to be quirky or something like that. So sometimes you may need to use it, but most of the time it's not that great, right? So I recommend for beginners, just stick with the main two, serif and sans serif. So what I'm going to do is select the serif, and you can actually see, and maybe you can pick maybe something like this, elegance. It looks quite nice. You can also make it a little bit bigger so you can see what it sort of looks like. Okay, and let's say you pick Play Fair Display, you click into it, you can actually scroll down, and sometimes you don't want to have Play Fair Display for your heading and then also for your body text as well. They've also got popular pairings. Okay, so you can actually change the font weight to see what it looks like. And if you're happy with it, then what I recommend you do is go back to the Millernote and just sort of write it out like what you actually want. Okay, the one that I'm going to be using is Nonito for my sort of freelancing website. So if you're kind of stuck, then you can go with any one of these ones. So these are all good. Or you can go back here and search for the most popular ones by yourself as well. So you can go to just deselect all of those and then maybe type in something. Let's just say secure. So you can select trending now, or you can select most popular. Okay, and then you can change the size as well. And then you can also make it thicker. Okay, so that looks quite good. If you're building some kind of maybe security or bodyguard website, that font is quite nice for your heading. So once you've actually done that, then we can actually move on and I want to talk a little bit about the sort of layout planning and also the content planning. So what we're going to look at right now is the content and layout planning. So it's important to actually look at this because we want to sort of organize our information to achieve our goal. And then we can also determine, what assets, like for example, images, video, testimonials, what things we actually need. So then we can actually go out and get those things before we actually start building. So it's sort of like we're sort of getting our ingredients ready before we actually start cooking, because you don't want to turn on the fire for the pan and then start cooking. And then you want to go to the supermarket to get the vegetables, come back and cut it, and then you keep going back and forth. It's just not very efficient. So it's the same thing for your website. You want to get everything ready before we actually get started. So when we're actually looking at the content and layout, what I personally recommend is just writing down all your different ideas and all the pages that you want to create, and maybe write down some of the content that you want to put on for certain pages. So what we want to do is start off with the goal for your website, which we looked at earlier on. For example, for my freelancing website, I want to get one client per week, paying between $1,500 to $3,500 per web design project within the next 3 months. So what I need to ask myself is, what information do I actually need to put on this website to build enough trust for someone, which I've put for my user persona, to actually purchase my service, right? So I'll look back at the user persona and think about, okay, what information does Tom the DIY want to see, and maybe Rajesh the dreamer, what does he want to see? And basically reverse engineer what they want, and then I would actually list it out and write down that information here, okay? And then sort of organize that information into separate different sections, and you can also draw that out on a piece of paper, just like if you were drawing maybe like a floor plan, like for the new house that you're going to be building. You want to draw it out, and basically from that you can determine, okay, for here we actually need one hero image, we need an image here about maybe the team or about yourself, and then the next section here you want 3 different logos, one for strategy, one for web design, one for SEO, so you can list it out, okay? And then you can list out your processes and actually just maybe drag in a new note here and talk about your processes. So when you're actually building, you just copy and paste that information in there, right? So it's just a much more efficient way of doing things rather than sort of building and adding that information in, right? Which you can do, but I think this way is pretty good as well. So you can also think about, what testimonials you can collect from your customers, or what sort of work that you want to display as your portfolio, and really list that down because on the next stage, we're going to be going out to actually get those things. So you can also use Adobe XD, which is a free sort of prototyping software that you can use, which I'll be going over a little bit later on. So what I recommend starting off is just drawing your different pages out and really looking back at your goal for your website, right? So every single website is a little bit different. For example, Spotify, the layout is just very simple. It's just one hero image, and the main goal is to actually just get you to download the Spotify app onto your computer, right? For Xero, it's a little bit different. So Xero, they want you to sign up for their free trial. Okay, so it's an accounting software for small business owners or individuals to use. So their main goal is to provide as much relevant information for their users so that they are ready to actually sign up. Okay, so for Upwork, it's a little bit different again. Their goal is to make it easy for people to find freelancers to help them do work. Okay, so once you've actually drawn out your layout and also planned out your content, the next step is to actually find your assets. And I think this part is definitely one of the most important parts, because even if you actually, find a really good template or a theme and it looks really beautiful, but if you actually upload your image and it's not good, then that just ruins it all. So I'm going to show you exactly where to actually get the best images and how to actually prepare your images right now. Alright, so I'm super excited to show you guys where I find all my images and also how I prepare my images ready to upload onto my website. This part is super important because your website is just basically made up of text and images, and if your images aren't good, then your website is not going to be good, right? So the first thing that I like to do is I like to actually go back to the content and layout section and I want to make sure I know what I actually need. So I can actually just select this like that and copy this and then go back here and then paste it in here. Okay, so then you can actually see what you actually need for this page. So the first thing that I'm going to look for is a freelancer. So for the hero image here, a picture of a freelancer, and for that I'm going to go to Unsplash. So Unsplash is a really great resource that you can start off looking for free images that you can actually use for commercial or personal purposes on your website. So when you're actually looking for an image, you want to make sure that image actually sort of reflects your brand attributes as well. If your brand attribute is minimal, then you want to be able to find sort of minimal style images. That ensures that your whole sort of brand on your website is very, very consistent and it looks really nice. Okay, so I see a lot of people that find images which sort of are different style, and it sort of makes it very, very unprofessional. So anyways, I'm going to look for a freelancer. So you can type in and search for whatever image that you want. Okay. Now, the number one most important thing is when you're trying to find an image, you want to make sure that image supports your text. So if you actually look at here, right, so that image helps support that text here. Same thing here, get in the driver's seat and get paid. Okay, that image is of a driver. So I see a lot of people find very, very random images, and the text here, it doesn't really mean anything, right? So I'm going to be talking a little bit about sort of creating a good headline and subheadline a little bit later on. But right now, you want to make sure that when you're actually looking for images, it's very, very relevant. So I'm going to scroll down as well. You've also got to think about, where am I going to put that text? So if you're going to choose, let's say, an image like this, like if you actually put the text over here, then it's not going to look very good, right? Same thing here. You can add a sort of color overlay over it to make the text pop a little bit more, which I'll show you in a second, but it's not ideal. If you look at the top websites, they know where they're going to put the text. So it's very, very clear and, it looks very, very professional. So we're going to go back here. I'm going to scroll down and find my image. Okay, so this is one that I want, and you can click on download to actually download, right? So you can click on download, and what I recommend is creating a folder, okay, and saving your assets that you're gonna crop a little bit later on in the folder. Okay, so save that there. I've already got that. Now, if you want to build, let's say, a carpet cleaning business website for a client, let's say you type in carpet cleaning, you can see that the images aren't very relevant to a carpet cleaning business. Right? So if you're sort of stuck and you can't find an image for your business because it's definitely more niche, then what I recommend is starting with Freepik. Okay, so I personally have a monthly subscription, and there are a lot of different graphics and things that you can actually use, sort of abstract sort of backgrounds and things like that. But you do need to have a little bit of Photoshop knowledge. And let's say if you search, maybe carpet cleaning, they do have a little bit more selection, but for example, they've also got icons that you can use as well. But if you don't mind paying a little bit of extra money to get the best images, then I recommend Shutterstock. So Shutterstock has very, very sort of specific images. For example, let's say carpet cleaning. And you've got nice sort of commercial carpet cleaning images that you can use on your website. So you can also, search up, let's say, badminton or something like that. And you can see they have nice images as well. Whereas Unsplash, they don't have that many choices. So let's say, for example, you create a badminton website. So this one is from Shutterstock. This one is from Unsplash. So this one's about maybe like a 6 out of 10. And this one's a little bit more relevant to the text here. So it's an 8 out of 10. So having a really nice image is going to make a huge difference on your website. Okay. And it's going to save you a lot of sort of design work, like adding graphics and, other sort of design things. You can just use a few great images with some text and your website will look great. So what we're going to do is once you've actually found your hero image, you can actually go to a website called Undraw. And Undraw is actually really, really awesome. You can click on Browse Now and you can scroll through thousands of different illustrations here, right? They've got illustrations for pretty much anything, but you do want to make sure that it sort of reflects your brand attributes as well. Because let's just say you are maybe a serious website, then you probably won't use these illustrations. But if you're like a creative website, then this is really, really amazing. Or maybe if you are a software as a service business, for example, Asana, they use illustrations to sort of demonstrate how easy that product is to use, then this is really, really great. So another really great thing is you can actually use the search thing, and let's just type in web design, do a search, then you can find relevant sort of icons for that as well. So you can also choose the color. So you can go back to your thing here, and you can copy over, let's say purple is your primary color. You can go back and paste that color code in, and that way your website's going to match really, really nicely by using these illustrations, right? You can choose any color here, which will look great. All right, so I forgot to tell you that when you actually download these sort of illustrations, you want to download as SVG. And then what you want to do is you want to go to SVG to PNG, and you want to convert it to a PNG file. So the reason for that is because you want to, let's say if you turn on the builder here, when you're actually uploading that PNG, it's a transparent file. So you can put it on any background and it won't have a white background. So what I mean by that is, let's just drop this in here. And if we drop this one here, PNG, right? This is the one that we actually downloaded here as a PNG, right? It has a white background. So we go back here, then you can see, right? So it's not gonna match very well with the background, but what you wanna do is you want to actually download the SVG and then convert it, right? So that it's gonna match very well with sort of any background that you put it on. Okay, so if you drag it over here, then it looks really, really nice. Okay, so that's really, really important. Now, the next thing that we want to look for is icons on your website. You don't want generic icons like this. It just makes the website look really, really sort of old-fashioned. You do want something that is more relevant and it looks a lot nicer. So what we need to do is you can actually go to a website called Flat Icon. Okay, so click on Flat Icon. And here you can search for an icon. So like, let's say you want to build an accountant website. So search for accountant. And the number one tip that I can give is you want to make sure that the icons are the same style, right? So if you're using this icon here, then you don't want to choose like a different style, which is in color, right? If you're using an outline, then make sure all your icons are outline. If you're using sort of like a colored icon, make sure they're all the same style as well. And you also want to make sure that the line sort of width is the same. So this one is bold, this one is sort of skinny. Then you want to make sure that, the next icon is skinny as well. So for example, I've got the icons here. So the width of the lines are all pretty much the same. And you want to make sure that you either use the color code or maybe a neutral color, right? So when you actually download it, let's say you click into that, then what you can actually do is you have to actually log in, and then you can actually put your color code into here. So that way, when you actually download it, then it matches your color scheme. So another really great resource is Placeit. Okay, so I'm sure that you've probably seen, MacBooks or maybe iPhones on websites, and you may be wondering, how can I actually do that or add that into my website as well? So if you are not familiar with Photoshop, then you actually can use this. So you can click into it and you can upload your background, and it will automatically place it into here really nicely, and then you can actually download that and put it onto your website. Okay, so you can also go to Fiverr if you want custom icons or illustrations done. And you can also, if you're doing maybe like an e-commerce website, you can also type in, product renderings. Oops. So product renderings are a great alternative instead of a product photography. Like, it's gonna be a lot easier for you guys to get this one done. Sometimes photography can be quite hard, especially if you don't have a DSLR camera with really, really nice lighting. So you can actually get this done. This is what I personally have got done myself, and it looks really, really awesome. And you can actually use it for not on your website, but other marketing collaterals as well. Okay, so you can actually use these links as well. So these are more premium. summing up, you want to make sure that you find images that support your text and vice versa, and also that you can easily put your text over. And you also want to make sure that the images reflect your brand attributes, right? So right now I'm going to show you basically how to actually prepare it ready for your website. So to crop out images, you can go to a website called Foda, and this is a great alternative to Photoshop if you don't actually have that, right? So you can click on edit a photo, and editing a photo or cropping it is very, very important to ensure that the actual image is not too big. Otherwise that's going to load really slowly on your website. Okay, sometimes it may be a little bit too small, so it may be blurry as well. So this is a great way to actually find out. So click on open and click on computer. And once you've done that, then you can click on your website assets and select the hero image that you want to crop or any other photo. Click on open. Okay, I'm gonna select on X. So scroll down here and you can click on resize and you can see the image size. So it's about 4,000 pixels width times about 2,666 in height. So generally for a hero image, I normally crop it to about, I'm gonna resize it to about 1600. Okay, so 1600 width, and it's gonna be about 1,000 in height. And then you can click on apply, and that's gonna change the dimensions there, right? So then what I do is I click on crop, and I'm gonna crop it to 1600 times about 900 in height. Okay, so I'm gonna adjust it to where I sort of want it. I think about there is about right. So I'm gonna zoom in, just like that, and then click on apply. So once you've actually done that, then you can actually click on basic and you can adjust the brightness and things like that if you want to, but I think it's okay. So we're gonna click on save, and what you'll need to do is you'll need to actually connect it with Facebook, I think. So I'm gonna log into my Facebook account. And then what you want to do is you want to rename it. So I'm going to select all and just name it hero image. And then here I'm going to select high quality. Okay, so for the file size, you do want to keep it below about 500 kilobytes to ensure that it's not too big. Okay, because sometimes if you actually crop on Photoshop, sometimes the quality, you can actually reduce it a tad to ensure that the file size isn't too big. All right, and then you want to click on download. And then you can just save it back into your folder. So once you've actually done that, if you want to crop additional images, let's say you want to crop a image for this sort of about section here, you want to sort of determine, how big is the image size required, right? So if we compare it to the hero image, it's probably about, maybe if we actually try to zoom out first, so we zoom out, it's probably about maybe 1/3 or maybe half the size of this hero image. So I'll just probably just start with 1/3. And what I'll personally do is go back to the photo, and then I will change it divided by 3. Okay, so I divide this by 3. I'm not quite sure how much that is. It's probably about 533, something like that. Click on apply, and then that size will be quite perfect for that area there. Okay, so if you actually save it, then you'll see the file size is smaller, right? Because you don't actually require such a big file size for this area here, okay? So that is that, and we can go back to here, and you can also click on Clipping Magic. Now this is a really great tool. Again, if you don't use Photoshop or you don't have Photoshop, then you can actually easily crop out things like this, right? So I'm sure you've seen, if we go to Fiverr, the homepage, I'm sure you've seen like, let's say people like that, well, obviously that is cropped out and then it's put on top of the background, right? So it can be quite useful. If we actually go to 0, right, this watch is probably cropped out and it's put there. So if you want to take, like, for example, like a image from Unsplash, like a plant or anything like that, and you want to crop it out and you put it on your website, then you can use Clipping Magic, right? You can also use Canva. This is a great sort of software for people who want to edit images as well as different graphics. You can also use it for like creating YouTube banners, blog post photos and things like that. Okay, so once you've actually done that, then we can actually start building our website. So finally, we are ready to start building. So what you can actually do first is to refresh the page, And the reason why we do that is because sometimes the builder doesn't actually turn on, but most of the time it should be fine. Now, if you have any problems, you can drop it in the comment section down below, or you can also email me at support@hoganchua.com. So what I've personally done is I've created a template for you guys to actually import. So it's going to make it a lot easier for you guys to actually build your website and for me to actually explain all the points. And what we're going to do is go to hoganchua.com, okay, /template, and then click on enter, and then download that template onto your computer. All right, then go back to your website. Okay, so the file should actually look something like this, right? So if it automatically unzipped into a text file, then you can right click that text file and compress it. All right, so go back here and you can hover over this section here and import from file, okay. And then select the file, okay. Click on open, and that should actually import, right? So what I'm gonna go through now is the basics of the builder interface. So you can actually click on the zoom, and basically that will zoom out of the screen. So that's gonna give you a bird's eye view of your website, and that's gonna help you sort of move things around really easily, just like that. So you can drag the modules around. You can also drag the row by hovering over the row, which is the purple, and you can drag it to wherever you want. You can also click on the undo, and that undoes everything, which is very, very useful. You can also redo, and as before, you've also imported the template, but you can also export it as well, right? So you can also export the layout, and then you can import it onto another Themify website. So this is great if you are building it a website for your client, then you can pre-create the layout and then import it onto their page, okay? So in addition to actually exporting, you can also click on layouts here, and you can actually save it as a layout, which you can actually load for your different pages as well. So let's just say if you're a carpet cleaning business, you may have different services, right? And for each of these service pages, you probably don't want to recreate the layout every single time. So it's very efficient if you just save the layout, and then you can actually change the content and change the images for that layout for that specific service page, right? So this is what this is used for, and you can save it, and then you can load it on a different page as well. And what you can actually do is once you've actually edited the page, then you can actually click on save. But then what's really cool is you can click on the drop down here, you can click on save revision, right? So let's just say you make revisions maybe once every week or something like that. Then you can actually do, let's say, homepage, and then you put in your date, right? So date, let's say September, 4th or something like that, and then click on OK. Then if you make a big mistake, then you can click the drop down and load that revision from that specific date. So that's very, very useful, and that's what you should actually do when you're building. So the next thing I want to explain is adding in rows. Okay, so you can scroll down here, and as you can see, everything is separated by rows and by columns. So let's just say you want to create a layout something like this. So there's one column here and one column here. Then what we could do is over here on the left, you can drag in the one with two columns and drag it in there. So you got two columns there, right? So you can drag in any module that you want. Now, there are over a dozen different modules here, but don't get too overwhelmed because you don't actually need all of them. Most of the time, you'll just be using like the text module, the button module, and most of the time it will be just different rows and different columns. Okay, so what you can actually do is you can actually change the columns here as well. So hover over here, and you can change the columns to 3 columns, 4 columns, 5 columns. But what you can actually do is you can actually change the column sizes by hovering over it and dragging it like that, right? So this is very, very useful. Now, let's just say we change it to 2 columns and we drop in a video module like that. Then for this section here, you may want to have 2 videos, right, in one column. So what you can do is I'm going to click on done here, and then I'm going to drop in another 2 column row within that row. Okay, and then I'm going to drop the video in there, and then you can drop in another video, or you can put in text. So you can also hover over here, and you can change the spacing in between the columns. like that. You can also change the alignment. This one's really useful. Now you can close that as well. So you can also click on the plus icon here to add in your columns as well, right? So it depends on which one you feel is best, and then you can use that. So we can click on the close here and scroll back up. And now what I'm going to show you is basically how to edit the text and buttons and everything as well. So if you actually save the builder and if you actually exit out of the builder, then what you're going to notice is a space on the top, right? This white spacing. So I'm going to show you how to remove that, and you'll also notice that it doesn't stretch all the way from the left to the right, okay? So you can click on edit page, and you can scroll down, okay? So scroll down past the builder section here. So you can also edit or move the things around on the back end as well, right? So sometimes it's a little bit easier because it's easier to move and stuff like that. So move it down here to the Themify custom panel, and for the content width, you want to select full width, right? So it goes from the left to the right, and then you can click on update, right? And once that is finished updating, then you can click on view page to go back to that page, right? You can also click here and click on that if you want to. That opens up in a new tab. I'm going to click on view page. Right, so that's going to remove the spacing on the top, and it's also going to move the things from the left to the right hand side, right? So what we're going to do is edit the text for your hero image section, right? So this is actually really, really important and something that I didn't really go through in much detail in my other tutorials or my older tutorials. But when people reach your website, people need to know exactly what you do and what value you offer them within like 15 seconds, okay? So if you don't actually do that, then people have no idea what your website is about, and they're probably not going to stick around, right? So if we look at some of the pages that people have built, you can see something like this: CHL, Dream, Think, and Do. No one knows exactly what this page is about. Yoga and More, you're not really sure what it is. This one here, it doesn't have any text, and this one here is not very clear. If you look at some of the top websites in the world, it's very clear that you look at it, and within 5 to 15 seconds, you know exactly what this website is about and what action to actually take next, right? So hire freelancers to make things happen. And here is a subheadline that goes through a little bit more detailed of basically what the website is about, and then the call to action. Same thing with Asana, which is a software. So basically they have a headline and then a subheadline to explain what it is. So it's a work management platform that teams use, and they have a very, very clear call to action and also a little GIF to show you basically how it actually works on the back end. So with Airbnb, like the value proposition is very, very clear, and also what to do next is very clear as well, right? To book unique places to stay, and they also have a unique place as the hero image. And then you have very, very clear call to action here, which enables people to search for the accommodation, right? If you see this local business here, carpet cleaning in Melbourne, and then they have a clear call to action to check the prices and availability, because that's probably the most the most important thing that people are going to be looking for, which is the price, okay? Okay, so let's just minimize this. Now, if you're a local business, now what I recommend is starting off with your sort of keyword or your service plus your location, right? So if you're a trademark lawyer, then it could be trademark lawyers in Melbourne, right? And then you have a sort of a subheadline to explain, exactly what you do and what you help people to do. For example, we help businesses of all sizes to protect their intellectual property starting from $2.99. Okay, so it's very, very clear with the call to action as well. Book a free consultation. And let's say if you're a badminton coach or a tennis coach or any kind of coach, you could do something like badminton coaching in Melbourne, and with a subheadline to explain a little bit more, and then with a very, very clear call to action of basically what you want them to do. For example, enroll in a free class or see schedule. Okay, so, but let's just say if you're an online business, for example, you don't actually offer physical badminton training, you actually offer that as a sort of a video sort of training course, thing like that, then you could do something like this, right? Become a better player, and then you could do online badminton training on the top. Learn badminton anytime, anywhere, any device. Okay, so you definitely don't want something like, for example, if you go to here, like there's no value proposition, you don't know what this website is about. For example, here, this is yoga and more. So by looking at it, it seems like it's a yoga teacher, right? And then you can schedule a free session. So what I would do is basically do something like this. So maybe online yoga coaching and relax and unwind, maybe personalized yoga training for everyone. And then you could do begin journey and maybe explain a little bit about how it actually works, like once you actually sign up for this consultation or something like that. Because if you think about it, you want to relate back to your goal, right? So your goal, like what we've talked about before, is to get 1 client per week, right? Let's just say that's your goal. Then everything that you put on your website should basically help people understand what you offer and try to convince them to actually purchase your service, right? So here you could have maybe a little bit story about yourself, and then you could have the benefits of yoga and yoga training. Maybe it could benefit, reduce your stress or increase flexibility and things like that, right? So if we look back here, like there's no sort of clear call to action. You don't really know what it is. Yes, you're a yoga teacher, but then you've got 15 minutes free session and everything doesn't sort of match well. So beforehand, I've showed you where to actually get your images and things like that, so that you can actually use the right images as well. Because for example, this image in the background, it doesn't really actually explain or support that text, right? So let's just go back to the website here. And because I'm an online business, then it's going to be a little bit different as well. So I'm not going to put like freelancer, web developer in Melbourne, right? Because I don't serve that specific area. I serve, all areas, right? Basically anyone with an internet connection, they can find me. Then I can help with them with the web design, right? So my sort of traffic acquisition is a little bit different from a local business. So what I'm going to put here is hello, right? Because for my brand attributes, I've chosen a friendly tone, and I'm also chosen like something that's more personal as well, right? So I'm going to do hello. Okay. Now, for you, if you're an online business, then you could do maybe something like, if we go back here, right? Think about maybe this as an example, right? So you look at some of the top websites as an examples, for example, Airbnb, Shopify or Spotify as well. And look at these examples and try to make sure that, overall, you want to explain to people exactly what you do, okay? And why they should care. So once that is done, click on done, and then you can click on here, and I'm going to edit the text here. So I'm just going to copy it from here. Okay, I help brands transform ideas into reality with results-driven web design. So I'm just going to copy that over. So when people go to my website, they know exactly what I do. So that's how you edit text, right? You can just double click it and edit text. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video, and you can too, and try to fill in basically all the text sections just by double clicking, and you can edit the text and things like that, right? So you can edit the headings as well. So, hi, I'm James Cruz or something like that. Okay. Here, double click it, and you can change this to services like that, and edit the text here and edit everything here. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause it and edit it right now. So before we move on, I want to show you guys another example. Okay, so let's just say you are a local business, but maybe you're not a service-based business. You're more of maybe like a food or a restaurant or a cafe business in the local area, right? So you can be a little bit more creative in terms of your headline and your sub-headline and things like that, right? Compared to let's say a carpet cleaner or maybe like a trademark lawyer, you can be a little bit more creative because the actual way you actually get customers is a little bit different. Okay, so what I mean by that is, let's say you are a carpet cleaner, right? So a lot of your customers are going to be coming from search engines, from people like, let's say you've spilled, tea or coffee or wine or any sort of, drink on your carpet. Then you're going to hop on the computer and type in, carpet cleaning in your specific area, right? So that's going to be the main focus. So for your website, let's say for your homepage, you want to be ranking for those keywords, right? So I'll be talking about SEO a little bit later on. So that's why we have the actual keywords in our heading. Okay, so in terms of a restaurant, right, it's not as important. So for people to actually come to your store, it's going to be mostly from word of mouth. People are going to be, recommending their friends or taking their friends there. And people are going to be finding you from food review websites such as TripAdvisor or Zomato, or from social media such as Instagram. You may be scrolling your feed and then you see a friend dining at a specific area, and then you're like, wow, I need to go and try out that place. So search engine optimization is a little bit less important when you're a cafe or restaurant, so you can be a little bit more creative, right? So this is the same as the online-based business. For your homepage, like for example, your homepage, it's going to be less important for you to rank this homepage on the search engines. It's going to be more important to actually create really, really great long-form content. For example, this tutorial showing people how to make a website. You could create a blog post to show people how to make a website, or tips for web design and things like that. That's how you actually get traffic to your website. Okay, so it is a little bit different. So that's why I wanted to show you basically some different ways that you can actually do it. So if we actually go and see some examples, like for example here, Laksa King. So this is a really popular restaurant in Melbourne that serves laksa. So you can see that, the background is of their restaurant. So it shows sort of like the vibe and the environment. So the headline here is not like, best laksas in Melbourne or anything like that, right? So you can be a little bit more creative. Same thing with this restaurant here in Melbourne. It's called Chin Chin. And they just have, their opening hours and the address, because, the most important thing that when people come to the website is to know, what time they're closed, and the address and their menu. Okay, so hopefully they do have their menu somewhere. Okay, over here. Okay, so what I've done is I've added in the text for each of these different sections, and I've just roughly added it in. I haven't actually styled it yet. So this is what I'm going to show you right now. If we actually click into any module, you have the option to change the text here, and you can actually style it here as well. But you also have a styling tab, and you can change let's say the background color of each of the different modules. Okay, and you can also change the fonts and basically like the paragraph, the padding, which is the spacing. You can add a lot of different things, right? So here we can actually go to the general tab and go to the heading tab, and we can change the heading 1 font here, right? So we can change this to the font that you've chosen beforehand. Like for your heading, I've basically picked Nonito, so I can change that here. So I personally don't recommend changing it here. Otherwise you have to change it for each of these different sections here individually. So what we're going to do is actually change it universally, so that way you don't have to keep on changing the fonts and everything like that. So we're going to save the builder and click on close. Now the first thing we need to do is go to the dashboard section and go to Themify Ultra, Themify settings, and we want to click on the general tab to ensure that all the fonts are on. So click on Google Fonts and click on show all Google Fonts. All right, and then click on save, and then we can go back to our home page, and then we can click on customize. All right, so this is our heading 1. Okay, so if you actually highlight that, and if you right click it and you click on inspect, you can actually see that it is under the heading 1 tag, right? So what we need to do is change the headings. Okay, heading 1, and then here you can set in the font. So Nonito. So this is the font that I've chosen beforehand. You want to choose the font that you've chosen. Okay, so if you have chosen, let's say Open Sans, then pick that. Now for your font weight, I'm going to set it maybe as normal to see how it looks. Maybe bold. I think that looks a little bit better. Okay, and here you can change the size. So I'm going to do maybe 95. I don't like the look of that. Maybe make it a little bit thinner or normal. Okay, I think that's not too bad. So once you've actually set that in, then that's your heading 1 font default. All right, so you can actually change, these ones are the heading 2, so you can actually change that as well. But what we're going to do is leave that as a default first. We're going to click on body, and we're going to change the body font for the whole entire website. So we're going to click on body font, and we're going to set in the font that you've chosen. Okay, so Nonito is what I've chosen, and that looks okay, but I'm going to make the font weight maybe normal. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. And you can also change the default size. So by default, I think it's 16. You can make it 18 if you want to. It's not too bad, that size. So I'm actually going to keep it as 16, right? What you don't want is, I think, any more than maybe 18. Okay, so you want to keep it between 16 and 18 in the font size. Otherwise, it just doesn't look good for your body font. All right. So once you've actually had that set in, then it ensures that your whole entire website is consistent and the same font. All right. So here, what we can do is also set in the body link. So the body link is, if you actually have a link in your text, then that is the link that the color is going to be, right? So we can go back to our color palette, right? Let's say your main color is orange, then we can go back here and use that orange on our website, like that, for the body links. Okay, so we don't actually have any links yet. We do have one up down here. Okay, so we can see how that sort of looks for our body link. If it doesn't actually look good, sometimes if you've chosen a different color and just doesn't fit well, then you can go with maybe like a neutral color, which is the dark gray, right? So I'm going to use that orange again. So I'm going to paste that orange there. Okay, and that can be the body link. So your body link hover is when you actually hover over that link, right? So what effect do you want it to create, right? For default, it's just an underline, and I think that is good already. So I'm going to leave it as that. Then I'm going to click on publish, and then that's good to go. Okay, so what we're going to do now is close this, and I want to also reduce the spacing here. Okay, so we're going to click on turn on builder, and we want to click on the text module, click on styling, and then I believe this one is the margin. Okay, and you want to click on all. Okay, so I want to reduce this a little bit, so -10, and I'm going to change it to -10%. Okay, something like that. So you want it to be balanced, right? And then click on done. Okay, then I'm going to click on the text module here and click on styling again, and then I'm going to go to maybe the paragraph, maybe the font, sorry, and I want to change the line height. So the line height is maybe, let's try 30. Okay, so the space before it was a little bit too close, so I'm going to change it to maybe 30, and that looks a little bit better. Okay, and then click on done, and that's it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm also going to delete this for a second, like that. You can also edit the spacing of everything as well, just by sort of dragging it like that. And if you hover over it, you can see that's 5% padding, and you can adjust everything like that as well. You can also actually click into that sort of module, the styling there, click on padding, and you can change it sort of manually in here as well. Once we've actually set in the styling of the page, then I'm going to show you how to use the buttons or the call to actions. So now I'm going to show you everything that you need to know about buttons. So if you actually want to add a button module, then you can hover over the button module, click it, and drag it anywhere and drop it onto your website. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this one here, double click it, and on the left you should have the button panel, right? So here you can actually change the style and also the size as well. Okay, so when it comes to the shape or the style of the button, you really have to think about your brand attributes and basically the direction of your website they're going to go with. So if you want something that is more professional looking, for example, like Uber, or let's say Louis Vuitton, or maybe you want something like Airbnb, which is a little bit more friendly and inclusive. They've got the rounded one. If we go to Tiffany & Co., they've got the square one, right? It looks really, really modern, and it looks more exclusive like that. And also for Kylie Skin, okay? So it looks really, really modern. So it depends on what you want. So if we go back here, then personally, I am going with the friendly sort of brand attribute. So I'm going to go with circle. If I was creating maybe something that's a little bit more modern, then I would go squared, or you can go rounded as well, right? So you have to take into consideration your brand attributes. So here with the background, you can select solid or outline or transparent. So normally when I actually have two buttons next to each other, I normally go with one solid and one which is outline, right? Because you want people to have one most important thing to actually focus on and to actually click on, the other one is secondary, right? So you don't want them both, screaming out at the user. So if we go to here, we can click it, and I'm actually going to change the shape as well, because it's really important to keep your buttons consistent style throughout your website. Okay. Now I'm going to click back here, and I'm going to scroll down, and here you can change the text, right? So with your text, you also have to think about your user and what's the most important thing you want them to do, or what's the most important thing that they're actually looking for, right? So if you're a cafe, then it may be like see the menu, or maybe see your opening hours. Like that may be the most important thing. Okay, the secondary thing may be to book online. So I'm gonna put in see work, okay, because that's probably going to be the most important thing that people are going to be looking for. And for the other secondary action, it may be view pricing. Okay, so I'm going to click back here. Now you have a few options, right? So for the link, this is where you want people to be directed. Okay, so if people click onto it, it'll be directed to this link here, right? So if you want it to be directed to, let's say, your services page, you can hover over services, right click, and you can copy that link address and paste that in. Or you can just go to the page that you want and copy the URL and paste it into here. Okay, so you can also do another thing which is really, really cool, and it's used on a lot of websites as well. You can also go hash and maybe type in work like that, and this is what we call a row anchor, right? So if people actually click onto it, it's going to scroll down to the section that you actually designate, right? So let's just say we want people to scroll down to here, my work, right? You can hover over the purple, click on the settings here, and click on row options. For your row anchor, you want to name it exactly the same. Okay, so you want to make sure it's lowercase, as this one is lowercase as well. Okay, so that is important. And then once that is done, you can scroll back here, and we can click on the preview. Okay, and we can click on this, and hopefully it will scroll down like that. Okay, so that's what you can do as well. I'm gonna click on the preview again, and that is the row anchor, right? So if you want to do, maybe let's say if you're a restaurant, you want people to download your menu, then you can actually do a downloadable link as well. So before we do anything, we need to actually upload the file onto our website so that people can actually download, right? So we're going to save and close it, and we're going to go back to our dashboard section and click on media. Okay, so here you can click on add new, select files, and you can find the PDF. Okay, so you should have created this already beforehand, and you can click on open to upload it onto your website. Okay, so what that's going to do, it's going to be hosted on your servers at SiteGround or whichever hosting company that you're at. Okay, so you need to copy the link, and let's just close it and go back to our front page. Turn on the builder again, and then we can click on the button module, double click it, and then you can paste in the link here. Okay, and you can select downloadable. So once people click on that, then people are able to download that onto their computer. You can also paste in a YouTube link here and set it to open as a lightbox. For example, you might have like some kind of explainer video, okay? And you can also add in an icon or something like that if you need to. So you can also do mail to, okay? So mail to, and then colon, and then you can put in your email address, okay? Your business email address. And what's that gonna do is it's gonna open up an email client on their computer, right? And that's gonna have your email in the actual send field, right? So it's very, very efficient. You can also do something which is like TEL, okay, and then colon, and then you can put your number, okay? And once people actually click onto that, it's gonna open up that number on their mobile phones, okay? So this is only useful if you actually set it for mobiles only. So I'll go through this a little bit later on when I talk about how to ensure that your website is mobile friendly, and I'll talk about the visibility settings. So for now, I'm just gonna keep it as the work anchor, okay? And you can also click on styling, right? So the styling tab, you can click on the button link, so you can change the background color and things like that. So we also have to choose a button link color, which is, within our color palette. So our color palette, you can go back here and copy this and paste it into here, right? So you can see if that fits your website. Sometimes the color may not fit, so you may use your secondary color, or you may actually use a neutral color, which is like let's say a dark gray or something like that. Okay, now I'm gonna paste that in, and I'm gonna also click on plus. So what that does is adds that color onto this sort of selector here, and you can select the color anytime. So you don't have to keep on going back and pasting in the code manually. Now, when you actually hover over the button, it's really important that you also have a hover effect so people know that it's clickable, right? So you can click on hover. Now, you can randomly choose a color, but if you're a professional designer, then you should actually make sure it's very consistent throughout your website. So if we go to Upwork and you look at the buttons, it hovers darker, right? So all of the buttons, most of the time, will be very consistent and hover darker. It's the same color, okay? So if you go to, let's say 0 as well, it does the same thing. Sometimes it hovers like this. Sometimes it's a little bit different. Sometimes it hovers lighter, but you should have a hover effect and make sure to keep it consistent throughout your design. So if we go back here, okay, we've got let's say the color code here. You can go to a website called 0 to 255. Okay, so this is the home page. Enter the color on the top and click on next. And then you can choose a color which is 2 shades darker or 3 shades depending on what you prefer, but make sure to keep it consistent. Copy that, come back here, go to hover and paste that in, right? So when people actually hover over that, then it goes darker, okay? So that effect is very consistent. And then you can actually click on save, right? Now for this one here, this one hovers over as white, which I'm just going to keep it as that, right? So you can also edit that as well. Now you can also edit basically the spacing between there as well by dragging that a little bit closer. Okay, so I think that looks a little bit better like that. Now the next feature that I want to talk about is the duplicate function. When you actually hover over any single module, you can actually click on duplicate and you can duplicate the module, right? You can also duplicate the entire row. So for example, if you want to duplicate this row here, you can hover over the row and you can duplicate that as well. So what that is going to do is going to help you save a lot of time in creating a layout. And it also helps you keep your layout very consistent in your design. Because let's say, for example, we zoom out here, and because you're probably going to be adding more than one button on a page, let's say you want to add a button down here, instead of restyling this button here, what you can do is to duplicate the button from the top, okay, and then click the button and sort of just drag it and scroll down, okay, so wiggle it down and you can put it there. So now what you can do is delete the old button here and click into the button and basically change the text. So like contact me, and you can change the link to, maybe you can change it to your contact page, right? So I'm going to click copy link and paste it into here, right? So it's that easy, right? It keeps everything consistent. Now, another really cool feature is that you can actually copy the styling as well. So what I mean by that is, let's just zoom in a little bit, okay? Now, let's just say, for example, you think this text may be not as visible as you want it to be. Maybe you want it to be more, you want the color to be white, right? So we click into that module and go to styling, go to font, and as you can see, it's set to gray, right? We can set that to white, right? And that looks a little bit better. And now you can see all these other modules here, they're all still gray. So you can either click into each of these ones and change the color here, or you can go here and hover over this one, hover over here, the 3 little dots, and click on copy. Okay, once you've done that, you can hover over here and you can click on paste styling. So what we're going to do is just paste the styling only, and what that is going to do is going to change the style. Okay, so paste that in for all of these. Okay, so I'm going to quickly do that. So as you can see, it's really quick and you can do that in like 30 seconds. Now you can also copy over the button to another page, right? So you can click on copy and let's just save it first. And let's close the builder. And then we're going to go to our about page, right? So you can copy the button to another page. And we're going to turn on the builder. And I've dropped in a button module here. And you can hover over here. And then you can just click on paste, right? So instead of pasting just the styling, I'm going to paste the entire button. So paste that in, So this is really, really useful for your website. Let's just say, for example, this accountant website, I'm going to turn on the builder and I'm going to show you another example of how you can really, really utilize it fully. So let's put that over there. And as you can see, we've got text on the top here. So what you can do is, let's just say zoom out, and once you've done one of them, you just duplicate it, right? And then if you need it, just drag it and then put it on the top and change it like that. And then you can do it again. Let's just duplicate that, grab it, and then put it on top. So that ensures that your website, all the fonts and everything are like the same size, the same color, and it saves you a ton of time. So this is really, really an important feature. So let's go back to our website now, and we're going to close this. And now I'm going to show you basically how to actually add in the background images and colors and gradients and things like that. So the first thing that we're going to change is the hero image, and to do that we can change that on our row. So you can hover over the row here and click on styling. Alright, so we're going to change the background, so click there, and here you can change the background type to an image, a gradient, a video, or a slider. I personally recommend either image, gradient, or video. I typically avoid sliders because it's not as effective when it comes to conversions. Video, what I recommend with video, you have to upload your video to maybe like somewhere like YouTube. So that basically loads that video on the YouTube servers, which are a lot quicker than your own. And a gradient, most of the time I use that basically down on the web page rather than using it for my hero image, right? So generally I set in an image, and you can change the image here. I'm going to delete this one here, click on the plus, okay, and you can click on upload files, select files, and you can upload your hero image, which I've showed you how to crop beforehand. So upload that onto your website. Okay, so I've already uploaded that, and I'm going to insert the file URL. Okay, then once that is done, then what you can actually do is you can actually change the padding on that row, right? Because it's a little bit too skinny. I want it to space it out a little bit further. Okay, so what you can do is hover over here and you can change the padding like that, right? So let's say 15% on the top, and maybe let's try maybe 15 on the bottom like that. Okay, so I think that is pretty good. And you can also change the style. So either go for full cover or parallax scrolling, which is also really cool as well. So I might just leave it as parallax scrolling. You can change the background position. I normally change it to just keep it as center at center. Sometimes you may need to sort of move it depending on basically the subject and where it's actually located, right? So what you can actually do now is basically you also have to think about your text, right? Is it actually visible when you actually put in the background, right? If it's actually not visible, then what you can actually do is add a row overlay, right? So if we actually look at this accountant website, okay, so if we turn on the builder here, and let's say you put in this image here. So let's click on the styling and the background, right? So I put in the image here. Let's scroll down to the row overlay. So let's just select the color. Now, this is if I don't actually put the gradient in, right? What happens is the actual text here is not very visible, right? So people can't actually see what you've written here unless you maybe change the font color to blue or something like that, then it's more visible. So you can add a gradient to boost the visibility, which is really, really important because you want to make sure that your website is readable. So the color for your gradient, you should always try to stick to your color palette colors. That ensures everything is very, very consistent. So as you can see, I've chosen blue, and that matches very well with the rest of my website here. Let's say if I change that color to maybe, let's say, a different one, then it just doesn't look as great, right? So I'm gonna close that and leave that there. Close that as well. Okay, let's go back here and let's add a gradient here. So let's go row overlay and click on gradient. Okay, so what I'm going to do is grab the color. So from here, copy that, and then click here, paste that color code in here. Right, so as you can see, that's not very visible. So what you can actually do is we're going to click on the white one here, drag the visibility down like that. So now here you can actually change the rotation. So maybe I might do something like this. So I'm going to change it to 0. And then because the orange color is a little bit too strong, so I'm going to bring down the opacity a tad, something in the middle, maybe 50%. So it does boost the actual visibility of the text, which is good. Okay, and that's what I want. Okay, then we're going to click on done, and that's great. So now we're going to scroll down here, and we're going to look at the background colors and how to change that. So background colors, for example, this dark gray and this white here, this light gray and dark gray. So this is actually used to actually separate your content, and basically sort of like if you're building a house, you have different rooms and it's separated by walls, right? So if we actually go to the top websites, you're going to scroll down and you're going to notice like this hero image, and then they have a light sort of gray background. It sort of separates the content here with here with here and here. If you go to, let's say 0, like the same thing again, right? They use that background color to sort of separate the content. Okay, so when you're actually building your website, you want to sort of make sure that you have enough space and make sure that you do have some separation with your content and different things with your website. So this is what it's used for. So let's just go here and let's go to styling. So here we're going to click on background, and I'm going to change the background color, right? So you can keep this as your sort of color palette. If you do want to make it a little bit more interesting, then you can go for a gradient. So for example, here on this website here, I've added a blue gradient. So you can see it's sort of lighter here and a little bit darker here. It makes it sort of more interesting, maybe a little bit more modern, something to, you know, enhance your design of your website, right? So I'm just going to keep it as image here and keep it just as the normal background color, just like that. Okay, so here I've separated it with a light gray, and here what I'm going to do is add in a image. So background, then click on plus. I'm going to add in this image here, something like that. Okay, so you can see that it's not visible, right? So what you want to make sure is you want to make sure your text is always visible. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the column styling, and we're going to try and click on the background here and then select that. Okay, so as you can see there, we need to add some spacing there. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is click on the padding. Okay, and I'm going to change this to try 5 pixels first. Maybe let's change it to percentage. Maybe not 5, let's try 2. I think that looks okay-ish, right? And then I'm going to actually drop this opacity down a tad, right? Doesn't need to be, you know, full opacity like that. Maybe let's try something like that. And that button's not very visible, so I'm going to change that button color as well. We're going to change this one to maybe white. And then I'm going to change the link color to 333. I also want to change the font color first, delete the font color. Okay, and then I want to make sure that it hovers maybe just a little bit gray. So I'm going to do maybe like F6, F6. Okay, click on save, and then I'm going to close that. So I'm going to scroll down here and check everything that I've done. There's a slight gray. I'm not sure if you can actually see that. We're going to scroll back up here. We've added the background color. We've also added the background image here. We do want to add a little bit more spacing here. It's a bit too not enough. Okay, so we want to stretch it out a little bit more. Okay, so I don't think it actually saved. So I'm going to try again. And hopefully it's going to save it. And then close it. Okay, so that's a lot better now. Scrolling down. And that's looking very good. So what I'm going to go through now is basically how to add in your images, your icons, or illustrations here. So if you want to add in an image, you can drop in the image module anywhere on your website. You can also use the gallery module as well as the slider. So most of the time I use the image module, and here I've already inserted one, and I'm going to double click it and then click on image URL. Okay, and then upload my image, right? So you can click on upload files, select files, and then upload your image. Make sure your image is actually related to your text, right? So for example, on this accountant website, helping small business owners succeed, then you can see from this image, the small business owner is meeting up with his accountants, right? And basically that's it, right? So add an image module. So when it comes to actually adding in icons, I'm gonna save this first. So when it comes to adding icons and your text, you can drop a featured module in here, which I've done already. So you can click that, and you can change the featured title from strategy to something else, as well as your text. You can scroll down and you can change the layout, and you can also change the icon. So the theme actually has quite a lot of pre-built icons which you can use, right? So let's just change that to alarm clock, and that's looking really good, right? But sometimes you may not be able to find the right sort of icon for your text. So that's why I went and showed you where you can actually get different icons. And what I like to do is I like to actually just drop in the text module, right? So I'm going to double click here, and here you can see that I've added in the media, okay, so the image. So I clicked on add media, and I've uploaded the icon, and I've resized it to about 75 pixels times 75, okay, and then I've put in the text here, which is heading 3, and then the sub headline as well. So if you want to add in your own custom icons, that's what I recommend. If you want to use the icons pre-built, then you can just use this module here. The reason why I don't actually use this for the custom ones is because sometimes it actually crops it off, and I don't really like that. So when it comes to adding in your illustrations, so let's just say you click on image, click on plus, and we say we want to add in the strategy one, for example here, insert, right? So if you change that to medium, so you can actually see that it actually crops it off, right? It's sort of, so let's just make that a little bit bigger, right? So it crops it off like it's rounded, right? Normally that's actually square, okay? So you can do that if you want it, leave it like that, or you can use your text module to actually insert that icon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly show you one time, and then we're going to close this one. So I'm going to drop in a text module here, and then I'm going to add media, and then I'm going to add this image here, okay? Then below that, I'm going to click on enter, type in strategy, change that to heading 3, okay, and then I'm going to grab the text and copy that in, paste and match style, there you go. And then I'm going to click on this image here, and I'm going to try and resize it a little bit. Let's just say maybe 150 width, something like that. Looks pretty good, okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's just duplicate this 2 times, and then you can move this here like that and delete these old ones, and you can replace the title and also the text as well, okay? So that ensures that the actual illustration is not cropped out, okay? Now when we're scrolling down here, to add in your videos, it's very easy. You can drop in your video module, but the one thing I want to show you is that when you're actually adding in a video, sometimes when you upload to YouTube, you want to have a thumbnail, right? Because you're competing against other videos and you want to rank highly, and for that you need a really good thumbnail. Sometimes it involves adding like text on top of it, and when you actually put it onto your website, it doesn't actually look very good. So what you can do is when you actually add a video module, let's just say we turn on the builder, and then let's double click the video, right? And once you've added your video URL in here, you can click on overlay image, right? And what you can do is you can upload a image here, okay, click on it and upload an image. Like you can either find the image from Unsplash or use one from your video, right? And once you actually add that in, it just looks a lot better and blends in with the theme of your website a lot better, okay? Especially if you have like thumbnail text over it, then it's gonna look really messy. Once you actually add that in, it's gonna make your website look much more consistent. So let's go back here, And what I'm going to do is actually just change this to a image. So this is the portfolio. I'm going to add this one here. And then I'm going to delete that. Let's just duplicate this 2 times. And then let's just delete this. Okay, and I'm going to click here. And then I'm going to change it to this one, or maybe do something like this. And then I'm going to align it so it's in the middle, something like that. And that's what you can do. Now, when it comes to testimonials, it's really important that you actually get testimonials for your website because people want to know that, you know, you've worked with other clients and that you have, you know, performed really well. So for my local business, what I personally have done, you want to make sure you offer a really good product and really good service. And what we actually normally do, we actually take note of that, which customer is like very happy with our service. And then we will actually email them with a direct link. So we email them and then we give them a direct sort of Google review link. And what you actually need to do for that, if you're a local business, is actually sign up and optimize your Google My Business page, right? Once you've actually done that, then you can actually go over here and then copy over the review link and send that directly via SMS or directly via email. And once people click on that, then people will be directed to actually log into Google and give you a review. And then you can use those reviews on your website. So not only you have a lot of reviews for your website, it's also going to help your Google Maps rankings as well. So with the review, you can just double click it and you can just enter a testimonial title as well as the content. And you can add in a picture. You can also change the layouts as well. So that's pretty self-explanatory. When it comes to the accordion module, so I normally use the accordion module for FAQ, right? So if you click into it, then you can put the question here and put an answer there. So question here and then answer, and then you can add as many as you want, right? So you can actually go here and change the settings and the appearance. What I've actually done is I've set the icon. So for example, let's click on the preview. When people click on that, then it opens up, and then we click back on that and it closes up. So we're going to go back here and we're going to leave that as is, so you can make changes to that if you want to. And that is pretty much it. So what I want to show you now is how to make your website just a little bit more interesting with some animations, shapes, and also negative margins, right? So what you can actually do is, if you actually look at this website here and we sort of scroll up or you scroll down, you can see the objects sort of fade inwards, and that's the animation. So we can actually do that for your own website as well. So for each and every single module, including your rows, you can click it, okay? And here you've got your styling tab, and here you've got your animation tab. And you can do an entrance animation. For example, you want to maybe fade in from the left, and you can do that. You can also do a 1 second delay as well. And you can also do a hover animation. So when people hover over it, then there's an animation, right? So I think we have to save that before we can actually see that. I'm going to select none here, right? So you can also do a scroll effects as well. So where this thing will actually be floating, right? And you can set and play around with the settings here. So let's just try that. And let's click on preview. So we can't really see the effect without, I think, saving it, but let's just click on preview again. You can set this floating sort of scroll effect as well. So you can play around with the settings. Normally, I don't really do it for my website. I just wanted to quickly show you that you can do it. But I think only do it if there is a clear purpose of why you're actually doing it. So there's no point of adding, a ton of different animations if it's just for, if you don't really know why you're doing it, right? So this one here, like there's a purpose here. Okay, but if you're just having things flying in from left, right, and center, then that's not that great, right? So we're gonna click on save here. Now we can also play around with the negative margins as well. So for example, you can see here there's a sort of a row, and it's in between the top row and the bottom row, right? I've done something here for this website, and it's in between as well, and you can do that as well. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on the column styling, and I'm going to set the background color to orange. All right. Then I'm going to change the text color within the column. Okay, so you can go to the font and you can change the color to white, right? So anything within that column, it changes to white. So what we're going to do now is add a little bit of padding on the sides. So we're going to move that inwards, and we can do that on the padding tab. And then we're going to do maybe like, let's try 2%. I think that's okay. Maybe 3. You can move it up like that. I think maybe 4 is okay. Or maybe let's just try 5 and click on done. Then what we can do is for this image module, we can click it and then go to styling and then go to margin, right? And then for the left, we can do -15%, and that sort of moves it inwards, right? So if you want to do like, you want to have it in between the top row and the bottom row here, you can do, I think, negative for the top as well. So something like that, you can move it up, you probably need to move it up a lot more, like that. But I'm gonna set that as 0. So we're gonna click on save, and we can scroll down here, right? You can also add shapes, or what we call frames. So you can see on this website here, I've added some shapes here, and I'm sure you've seen a website where it has different waves or things like that. You can do that for this website as well. So what we're gonna do is for this row here, I'm gonna click on the styling for the row, and then click on frame. And then for the top, I'm gonna set in a shape, for example, this curve. And you can play around with the height as well, changes like that. And you can play around with the settings here. Now we're gonna set in the color, which is the orange. I'm gonna copy it from here, come back here and just paste that in. And you can do something like that. Okay, so you can also change it to like different things like that as well. You can play it around like this or this. I think this one is pretty good. Okay, then we're going to click on done. Right, so that's how you add shapes to your website, and animations and negative margins. So the final stage in completing your page layout is actually ensuring that your website's not just responsive, but it's actually super optimized for mobile devices. So when you actually turn on the builder, you'll see that there are the mobile responsive icons here for the tablet landscape, tablet, and also for the mobile device. So for example, if we click on the mobile device, it's going to resize for the mobile devices. So this is what it's going to look like on most devices. You can also go to another website called Responsinator, and then you can put in your URL here and then click on go, and then this actually displays it on a mobile phone and also on other devices as well. So we can go back here, and all the changes that you make here are only for mobile devices. Okay, so if you actually go back here, the changes that you make will go back. Okay, so let's click on the mobile device icon, and what we want to do is move the text on the right hand side because it's covering his face. To do that, we can hover over the row and go to settings here, and we can click on this, right? So this is the direction that it's gonna resize at, and it's gonna change it to the other direction, like that. So now the next step is I wanna resize the text, right? It's a little bit too big, so I'm gonna click into the text module, and then this is the heading 1, okay? So it's set to heading 1, and what you can do is, let's just say heading 1, and then click on the styling tab, and then go here, click on the heading tab, heading 1 font, and here you can set the font size for mobile devices only. So maybe I want it to be 48 pixels only, and for the bottom text, click on that text as well. So click on the styling, click on font, and let's just reduce the size to maybe 16. And I also want to reduce the line height a little bit as well to maybe 20. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Now the next thing I want to do is the buttons. So for the button, like it's getting too close here. So I'm going to hover over the sort of purple here, which is the column. And for the column, I'm going to hover down here and click on the one that is divided into 2, like that. Okay, so now that's a little bit better. So when we actually, let's just save it for a sec, and let's just close it for a second, let's go to Responsinator and let's try and refresh and see what it looks like. So as you can see, it's better, but it's not quite there yet. So we can go back here and turn on the builder and edit it a little bit more. So go back here to the mobile settings, and then we can set it to this one here. Okay, and that's going to stack it on top. Okay, and then you can add some spacing here, hover over it and sort of move it down a little bit. Okay, 10 pixels, and that's going to stack it on top. And what I'm also going to do is I'm also going to go and click on the styling, click on the background, and I want to change it to full cover. Okay, so parallax scrolling normally isn't as responsive. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the desktop settings and then go back here and then go to styling, background, change it to the full cover one. Okay, and normally that's a lot more responsive when it actually resizes down. So what you may also want to do is when you actually hover over here, we've actually set like sort of a padding around the edges, right? So what you can do is I'm actually going to click on the column again, the column styling here, and click on the padding and make sure that is removed, right? So let's just change it to 0, and that way there is no spacing there and the text can go all the way across. So we're going to click on save. Okay, then we're going to scroll down here and I want to fix this part as well. So what I'm going to do is hover over the column, okay, and set it to just 1. And then here, click on the image module, styling, and for the margin, I want to change it back to 0, click on done, and that's going to resize like that. Okay, so scrolling down here, everything looks okay. Scrolling down to the bottom, this one here, what I'm going to do is hover over the column again and set it to 1. Okay, so it goes all the way across. And then we're going to click on save and close that. And then we're going to go back here, Responsinator, to check what it looks like. Okay, so that's a lot better. You can actually reduce the actual spacing on the top as well to fix it a little bit. So what we can do is turn on the builder and let's click over here. Maybe let's reduce it a little bit. I think that will be a lot better. Okay, I think that's reduced a little bit. And then we can go back here and I want to show you the visibility settings. So when I actually talked about the buttons, you can actually set the button to call now, right? But that's not much use if people are on their desktop. You can actually do, let's say, for example, we can duplicate the button. So we can click on the button. So I'm going to click on the blue here. And then here for the call, for the text, I'm going to change it to call now. All right. And then for the link, you can do TEL : and then you can type in your number. Okay. Then we can set the visibility to only appear on mobiles only and tick that. And for the top button, oops, keep on clicking that. Let's click on the button here. For the top one, for the visibility, I want it to remove for mobile devices. Click on done. Okay, click on save. And I'm going to close it. I'm going to click on Responsinator. And then as you can see on mobile devices, it has the call now and the other one is gone, right? So this is useful for local businesses and you can do that, right? So the rest of the website is, I think, looking pretty good. We're going to scroll down here. Yep, so that's looking very good. So we can go back to our website and what I'm going to show you now is how to edit your logo and also your navigation area and header and how to make it transparent header, and also edit the footer section as well. So making your header transparent is probably one of the most requested questions that I normally get on my videos. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can do that for your page. So you can click on edit page. And here you can scroll down, so past the builder and scroll down to Themify custom panel and then click on page appearance. And then you can click on header and then you can scroll down. You can also change the header design specific for that page only. You can also select no header, like for example, you may be creating a landing page or something like that. You can do that. But for the header background style, I'm going to set it to transparent header. Okay, you can also change the header text color and the link color as well if you need to customize it, right? So we're going to go back up here and click on update. and then click on view page, and then that is your transparent header. So now the next thing that we want to do is show you how to actually edit the colors and also edit the logo. So click on customize, and then on the themify options, you can click on the advanced options. Then here for your logo, you can click on site logo and tagline, and click on site logo. And then here you can set in a title. So for example, you can just use text right now if you don't actually have a logo designed yet. If you want logos designed, what I recommend is using Fiverr or some other sort of freelancing website like Upwork, okay, to get the logo designed, and make sure it's a PNG file, and then you can upload it by clicking on the logo image. And here you can set the size for your logo, right? So try to make sure that the logo is PNG, so it's transparent when you actually put it there, so there's no like white background. And I'm gonna click on site title for now, right? So you can select the different fonts if you want to. I'm just gonna leave it as is, okay? We're gonna scroll down here, and here you can also edit the site logo position, and you can play around with the settings if you do have a tagline as well. For the main navigation, it's over here. So we can click on that, and here we can change the menu link. So you can click on menu link, and you can actually change the color, and you can also change maybe like, do you want it to be capitalized? That could be good as well. I'm just gonna leave it as that. And let's say, for example, you want to change the background color to orange. Oops, that's the actual background, right? So I wasn't meant to do that. Let's just click on, let's just delete this for a second. Here, it's actually the link color, okay? So that makes it orange. I'm gonna leave it as white, so I'm gonna delete that. Now for the menu link hover, so this is when people actually hover over your link, right? So you can actually click here and you can change the color to the orange. Okay, so when people hover over it, then it's orange, right? You can also do maybe like a light gray. Okay, so it just gives like a slight effect as well, right? Maybe a little bit darker, something there. And just very, very subtle. You can do that as well. I'm gonna change it to orange, and I think that looks good, okay? So for the menu active link, this basically means like if we click on the about page, now we're on the about page. This is the active link color. So we're gonna set this to orange. So that is very, very consistent with your design. And you can also set the active link hover as well. So let's just say when you hover over the active link, what color is it going to change to, right? So we can change it to the darker shade of orange. So you can do that, and you can see the little difference there. So here you can also edit the drop-down menu, container colors and link colors as well. So if you do have a drop-down menu, you can edit the colors here. For the mobile menu, you can also edit the mobile menu panel, right? So you can change the background color and the link color as well. And I'm gonna change it from that red. So we're gonna go to the menu link hover, and I'm gonna change it to the orange, right? So make sure that everything is perfect. Let's just close that. And then we're done here. You can also edit the mobile menu icon as well, right? So I'm gonna go back to my home page. Now, once you've actually done that, then you're pretty much good to go for your header section. You can scroll down here and you can edit your footer section. So here, click on footer. Now the footer wrap is basically the background color of your footer. I normally just keep it as white, or I normally use a neutral color. So let's just say if we go orange, then it's probably a little bit too much color. You may go with a white, or maybe you can go with a light gray, which is also really nice and subtle, okay? So I might keep it as a light gray. And here you can change the footer font color, which is here, and also the link color as well. So I'm gonna keep that as default. Make sure to ensure that you are using your color palette colors. That keeps everything consistent, okay? So you can also change the back to top button. There are a lot of things that you can actually do and customize as well, including adding in a background image for your footer section as well if you want to, right? So we're going to click on publish, and I'm going to show you how you can actually add sort of different pages and things, and also how to add in social media links as well. All right, so we're going to close that. So what we need to do is we need to go back to our dashboard section. So you can hover over here and click on your dashboard, and then hover over Themify Ultra, click on Themify settings. So the first thing I want to quickly show you is the fav icon. So click on the fav icon, and here you can upload your fav icon. This is the little icon next to your website name. Okay, so currently this is the default one. You can upload your own here. So you can click on upload. And what I generally do is I upload the fav icon, which is a PNG file. So it's transparent without the white background. And the size is around 64 by 64 pixels. Okay, so I'm going to click on open and upload that in. Click on save. And then I can refresh the page and it should show up on the top over here. All right. Now, what we need to do is click on the social links to add in social media. So if you want to add in your Twitter profile, then you can go to your Twitter profile and copy over the URL and just paste it into the link section here. So here you can change the icon color and the background, but I'm just going to leave it as default. And same with your Facebook. So you can copy over your Facebook profile URL and paste that in. If you have YouTube, then you can do the same thing. Now, if you have Instagram and it's not here, then you can click on add link and then type in the title, so Instagram, and then you can paste in your Instagram URL. And then here you'll need to set in the icon. So click on insert icon, and then here you can search for the Instagram. Hopefully you can find it and click it and select it. All right. So that's all you need to do for your social media. Then we can click on save. Now we need to actually set it in. So we need to actually set that in to the location. So what we need to do is hover over appearance and click on widgets. Now here you need to look for the Themify social widget. So scroll down the Themify social links. So click it and grab it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drop it into the footer social widget section. And I'm going to set it to open the link in a new window and keep the size as medium. So click on save. Now I'm going to click on done, and I'm going to open my website and we'll see where it is. Okay, so that should be down there, right? So that's looking great. And basically you can add your Themify social widgets anywhere on your website. So if we actually turn on the builder, now what you can actually do there is a widget module, right? So you can widget module, let's say you want to add it maybe over here, then here you can select the widget. So the widget that we want to add is the Themify social links. And here you can display the widgets. Okay, so it's in actual orange right now. I'm going to click on styling, click on link, and I'm going to change it to white, right? Then we could maybe add some padding like that. And then you've got your social media links there as well, right? I'm going to click on done, save it, and we're going to close it. So let's go back here to your dashboard section. Now, if you actually want to add, maybe if you go to Apple, right, you can see that they have different pages listed in their footer. You can do the same thing for your website as well. So what you can do is you can go back here and you can add your pages into the footer widget sections, right? So how I actually go about doing that is I drag the text module, and let's say we put it into maybe the footer widget 1. So the title here, it could be, let's say, shop and learn, or maybe let's say services. Let's go back here. And then maybe you have different services. So maybe let's say service page 1, and then you've got service page 2 and service page 3, right? And what you do is just link it to that specific page. So let's just copy the site URL here and link it up. Okay, and I'm gonna click on apply. Same thing for the bottom ones as well. Okay, so I'm gonna click on save, click on done. Now, if we refresh our page, then it should show in that location, right? So it's showing in that location, and you can put basically it into the footer widget 2, footer widget 3 as well. Now, if you want to add, change the layout of it, you can go to Themify Ultra, Themify Settings, and then you can go to the theme settings and also go to the theme appearance. So we're going to go here. So what you want is maybe change the layout to maybe something like this, okay? And you can also change the how many widgets you need, right? So you could have 4. The widget position, it could be before the footer text as well, all right? And then we click on save, and then we can refresh that, and you can see how it's actually changed. So there is one thing that I do want to show you, and it's basically trying to edit the styling here, right? So you can see on Apple, everything is sort of closer together and it looks nice. So what you can do is go to customize, and you can go to the footer section to basically edit the styling and the line height. So you can go to the advanced tab, and then you can click on the footer tab and scroll down, and this is either the footer font or the footer link. So we're going to click on the footer font first, and here you can change the line height. So I'm going to try and change it to maybe 10. Okay, if that's not enough, maybe you could do like 12. I think that looks pretty good. You can also change the size if you want to make it a little bit smaller. Let's try maybe size 14. I think that looks okay. And you can also change the color and things like that here as well. So if it actually doesn't make any changes yet, then you may need to actually publish it first and exit the builder and refresh the page. All right. So what I want to show you now is how to add in a contact form so people can contact you, and also add in a map for your website. So before we can add a contact form onto our website, we actually need a plugin. So to do that, we can hover over here and click on our dashboard and click on plugins, and you can click on add new. So generally you can search for contact form here under plugins, and there are quite a few of free plugins which are good. But personally, I like to use the Themify's contact form plugin because I can actually style it really easily without using any CSS. So below the video, I'm going to include a link to actually download that, or you can actually go to hoganchua.com/contact-plugin, okay, and then click on enter. And that's going to take a second, and then you can download the contact plugin and save it onto your computer. Okay, so this is what the plugin will look like here, and if it's in a folder, make sure to right click and compress it back into the zip file. All right, so go back to your website here and upload plugin, click on choose file, and then click on the builder-contact.zip. Okay, click on open and install now, and then activate the plugin. And once that is installed, here you can click on the builder contact, and here is where you can actually manage the submissions. So you can also send the submissions to your email as well, which I'll show you right now. So let's go to visit website, and let's go to our contact page and click on that. Let's turn on the builder. So what we're going to do is actually click on blocks. So here are some pre-made blocks which you can drag in to your website. Right, so what I'm going to do is search for contact, and let's just drag in this one here. Okay, so drag it in and drop it into the purple, and that's going to load your contact form with the map. Okay, so here we can actually click into it by clicking on edit, and here you can change the layout, the style of your form really easily with one click. Right, let's say you want this one here, then you can change it. Now you can also make sure to send it to your sort of your email address. So you want to make sure that it's the correct one, and sometimes it may be marked as spam. So you want to make sure that you set it to not mark as spam in your email provider. And you can also play around with the different settings here. You can add a success URL. So once people have submitted that message, then it will direct them to the link that you specify. You can also change the success message, like thank you for submitting or something like that. So once people click on this, then that's the message it will display. And here you can scroll down to the field and labels. This is where you can actually change the names. So right, for example, it says your name. You may just want to put it as name, and then your email just as email, and you can change the subject names and the titles here as well, right? You can also delete, let's say, this message, and maybe you can put something like that, or add message like that, right? So what I'm going to do is just keep it as default, and you can also add additional fields as well, and you can also set the button alignment. So adding in a contact form is very easy. Now what I want to show you is how to style it, and I'm going to save it and close it, how to style it and really make it blend in to your website, right? So I'm going to show you how to do this as an example, so you can do it for your website if you need to as well. So let's turn on the builder, and I'm going to drag this one which I've created before, just drag it up here for a second, and then here on the modules you can scroll down to the contact, and you can drag in that module and put it anywhere on your website. Now what I'm going to do is change the layout to something like this, all right? And what I want to do is I want to change the fields input field to make it transparent, right? So this white just stands out a little bit too much. So what we can do is go to the styling tab, and we can click on general and click on the input fields like that, and click on the background, click on the background color, and we can change the background color, right? So we can change the background color to white, and then we can move the opacity down to 0 if we want to, like this, right, which looks good. And then you can also play around and make sure that the font is maybe white to ensure that it's actually visible. So maybe just gonna put it to white here. We can scroll down, and I also want to change the button. Okay, so as you can see on the top, the button is rounded, and I want to change that as well. So we can click on here, click on the send button, and maybe click on corners, and let's just change that to 20, right? 20 pixels. And I also want to change the color as well to blend in with the theme. So I'm going to click on the background and click here, click on the pink, right? And click on the hover to change the hover color to a little bit darker, like that. And then that is pretty much good to go, right? So it's very simple and very easy. You can also go back to input fields. You can also click on border. Oops. Click on the border, change that to 1 pixels, and maybe change the color to white. And then you can change it actually click on all first, and click here and change the transparency down. So something very light and simple, or you can go full opacity like that. Right, so I'm going to go with maybe, let's say 50%. And I think that looks pretty good. Right, we can click on done. And what you can do is, let's just zoom out of the screen. Click it and drag it. And then what you can do is, I'm sure that you've seen some sort of quote forms like on the hero image. So you can put that there and you can click it, right? And then what you can do is maybe, let's just say for the send button, get quote, right? Something like that. Okay, and then that way people can submit, their brief, and then they can get a quote, right? And then this will be delivered straight to your email. And also you can manage it on the back end with your dashboard section, your WordPress. So that's pretty much it for your contact form. So what you're going to notice when you add in your map module onto your page, it's going to say this page cannot load the Google Maps correctly. Now the reason for this is because we need to set in the Google API, which we'll need to go and get. So we're going to go back to our dashboard section and hover over Themify Ultra, Themify settings. And then here we need to click on the integration API, and then we need to click on the Google Map API settings. All right. Then here is where you need to actually enter in the key, and to get it, you can click on generate an API key. Okay, so make sure that you are logged into your Google account, right? So make sure you log into your Google account, your Google email, the one that you watch the YouTube with, right? So here we need to actually get the API key. So we can click on here the Google Cloud Platform console, and that's going to open up in a new tab. Okay, so if you're actually new, then we'll need to actually accept it and set in your country. Click on agree and continue. And we can click on create a new project. So this can be, for example, site tutorial. All right, let's change that. Oops, site tutorial. And then for the organization, I'm just going to click it as no organization. Click on create. So that's going to take a minute to actually set up. So as you can see on the top, it should show your project name, right? And what we need to do first is we need to scroll down to here, the Maps JavaScript API. So click here. So we're going to click on enable. And then click on credentials. And then we can create new credentials by clicking here, create credentials, create the API key. And then once you got that, then you can actually copy that key over. So what I recommend is restricting that API key to your website only. So we're going to click on restrict key. And we can actually copy over that over here, right? And then click on save. So what the restriction does is it basically restricts it only to your website only, right? So I like to just copy over your URL and then come back here and then set the HTTP referrers, your websites. So for example, you can have multiple websites, your websites, and just put it here, right? So this is to ensure that people don't sort of abuse your API key and use it everywhere, right? So we'll click on done. And then if you want to add in more, then you can click on add item, okay? Then we can click on save. Now the next thing that we want to do is click on here, the navigation menu, hover over here, and then click on library. So click on the search and search for geocoding, right? And click on geocoding API. And we also want to enable this setting here. So click on enable. All right, so that should be done. So the next thing is if you haven't actually activated your account yet, you can also activate the free trial by clicking on activate. With Google Cloud and this cloud platform here, you'll actually need to enter in your credit card details, right? So Google will actually give you $200 every single month of free usage, right? So this is actually a lot, and I've personally never actually have to pay for it. I think this is just to prevent people just abusing the service, and also a lot of big companies are using Google now, especially the Maps platform, for their apps and things like that. So this is plenty for a local and small business. If you're an enterprise business, then maybe you have to pay, right? So here I'm just gonna click on I've agreed and continue. And then I'm just going to quickly fill out the details here, okay? So I've also filled in my credit card details and then click on start my free trial. Okay, and then click on got it. Now everything should be good to go. Now we can go back to our website and ensure that your API key is saved in here. Let's click on save again. Let's click on visit website. And then let's go to our contact page. And then here we can set in our location. So we're going to turn on the builder. And let's click here. And let's just say I'm going to set in Melbourne, Australia. Like this. And you can also set in the zoom as well. So you can set it out to zoom a little bit further out. And you can also edit the size here as well. All right. Then you can click on done. And then your map is done. So you can also move the map around anywhere you like as well. So for example, let's just zoom out a little bit. So I'm going to add in a new row. For example, here, I can drop in the map here and maybe I can move the entire row. So I'm going to hover over the purple and put it up on the top like that. Okay, click on save and close that. Okay, so our website is almost complete. Now I want to show you how to ensure that your website shows secure up here. So if you go to most websites, it will have a secure lock. You want to have that for your website, right? So I'm going to show you exactly how to get that right now. So to enable our SSL certificate, we need to go to our dashboard section and we need to click on plugins to install a plugin. So we're going to click on add new and search for a plugin called Really Simple SSL and then click on enter. So we're going to install this one here, Really Simple SSL, and then click on install and then activate. And then click on go ahead and activate SSL. And if we actually click on our website, I think it's going to log us out. Okay, so that's logged us out of that website. We need to log back in. Click on login. And let's go to our home page again. I'm going to turn on the builder. And then click on save and close it. Right, so that is showing the secure lock. So hopefully it's going to be the same for your other pages as well. So if you actually don't see this lock icon and it still says not secure, then you may need to contact your host because it may not be actually installed on your domain and your hosting account yet, right? If you have gotten your hosting and domain from HostGator or Bluehost, then it should actually work as well. Same with SiteGround, it should actually work. Now, if it's an older domain and an older hosting account, you may have to double check. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how to use Adobe XD, which is a free prototyping tool. So you can actually design your website before actually putting it onto WordPress. And I'm going to go through an example of how I actually will lay out a page and how to actually design and think about how to lay it out. Okay. So the page that I want to create is a page called Why Hire Me. So initially our goal for our website is to attract clients, and on the internet, there are heaps of other businesses just like me, and I want to create a page to show why people should hire me, right? And I'm going to show you how to actually design the layout on Adobe XD and then build it out on your WordPress website. So what you need to do first is you can actually download Adobe XD for free. So just Google Adobe XD, and normally it's the first link. Then you can download it onto your computer and install it, and basically once you've done that, you can open it, right? So it should look something like this. So you can click on the website one, which is the Web 1920, and then you can click on it, and that's going to load up a new project. So what you can do is, this is the actual page, right? And here you've got the text. So click on the text, and we're going to start off with the title. So Why Hire Me with the question mark. And you can click on that, and then you can change the font here. I'm going to change it to the one that I'm using for my website, so Nonito. And I'm going to change the size to 64. Okay, a little bit bigger. And I may change the color to something a little bit darker. So perhaps let's go with 55555. Hit on enter, like that. Right? And let's say you want to add in more things on that page, then you can select the web page, right? And then it should highlight in blue. Then what you can do is actually zoom out a tad, and then you can sort of just pull it down however long that you want. So I'm going to pull it down to about, let's say here, something like that. And I might change this to about 20 so I can see more of that page. All right, then for the text, then I'm just going to add in some of the reasons why people should hire me. So the first reason is not just web design. All right, so I'm not just gonna design your website without thinking about the search engine optimization or thinking about how to get the best result for your website. So what we're gonna do is we are going to change the size of that to about, let's say 36. Let's zoom in to 50% to see how that looks when it's closer. I might change that to, let's say 48. Right? And then what I'm going to do is Control C to copy, and then Control V to paste, and then paste it again. So 3 copies of that. right? And I'm just going to align it like this for now. Okay, so I'm going to do 3 reasons. The second reason is you can get to work directly with me. So for example, you're not going to be working with another person. And the last reason is you get training and ongoing support. So you do have a support area where you can log in to watch additional videos to basically show you how to do things, and also you can talk to the support team as well. So those are the 3 reasons why you should hire me, right? And then what I do is I would just expand on that a little bit. So expand on the reason a little bit, and I'm just going to grab some text for that. So I'm going to go to Lorem Ipsum, and I'm just going to grab a paragraph of text. Come back here, and what I'm going to do is click on the text here and sort of click it and drag it, okay, to where I actually want to put that in, and then paste that in there. Let's reduce the size to maybe 24. I think something like that is pretty good, and sort of just drag it up. And the good thing about Adobe XD is it's got the snap graphics, and it also tells you exactly how far away the spacing is, and it's really easy to create a quick prototype, right? And then what I'm going to do is just move this up a tad like that, and I'm going to zoom out to have a look at the website. Okay, I do want to make this a little bit less sort of dark, so I want to make it a little bit lighter. So I'm going to pull the opacity down to, let's say, 80%, right? And then what I'm going to do is just copy that and paste it, copy that and paste it, and then just drag the copies down here. Sort of move that. Okay, ensure that is all the same, and the same thing for here, just like that. Right? Now, the next section, I want to drag it down a little bit more, and I'm going to add a testimonial section. So I'm going to just copy this text here, copy and paste, drag it down, and change the words to testimonials. And then I'm going to center it like that. And then for the testimonials, I'm going to make sort of like a box to put the text and make it rounded a little bit. Like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill it with some color, so maybe like a light gray for now. I might change it a little bit later on. And then I'm going to remove the border. Okay, and then I'm going to copy the text and paste some text in here first. Perhaps I might remove some lines there. I think what I'm going to do is try and center that. And then I'm going to add maybe the name of that person. So maybe like, let's say Sarah, founder of Nivea. Drag it down a little bit. I'm going to make this one bold. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is get a circle and sort of drag it and put it on top. And that's where I'm going to put the image, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the page again, drag it down and set in a call to action section. Okay, so I'm going to click on the box here and then pull it down like that. And then I'm going to remove the border, add a slight fill for now. And then I'm going to click the website again, the page, and drag it down a tad. And here, click on the text and just name it. That's going to be my, footer copyright, and maybe like the year or something like that. So I'm just going to keep that really, really rough. Now let's zoom out of the page a little bit. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So that's just a quick prototype. And what we're going to do now is try and look for the images that we're going to put next to the text, okay, to support the text a little bit. So I've already got all the images from Undraw. So what you need to do is either, go to Shutterstock or Unsplash, or take your own images and then prepare your images so that you can put them in here. So you don't really have to crop the images yet because we're not actually uploading it to the live server. So your customers aren't actually seeing it. You can upload the full version here. So that's the good thing about designing and prototyping it on Adobe. So what we're going to do is drag in this image here. All right, so maybe something like that. And okay, let's drag it, make it a little bit bigger. And maybe something like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send that to the back. Okay, so the text is visible. And then we could do something like that. Maybe move this across a tad. Make it a little bit smaller. I think that looks okay. Then we're going to drag in the rest of the images. So this one here. Drag this one in. I'm going to resize it here to maybe, let's say, 800. Okay. Like that. And then the next one here. Change this to about 800 as well. Like that. And then the last one here. Change this to 800. Okay, so that's a little bit too big, I would say. So let's just change it to 700 in width. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is set in the call to action section. And what I'm going to do is add the text. What you can do is click the text here and click on add for the character styles. Right? So what you can actually do is, let's say you add in text here and then you type in get started today. And as you can see, that is really, really small, right? And then make sure you select it and then you can click here and then automatically set it like that as well. So that's really, really awesome. So get started today. And then I'm going to maybe add a line of text. So let's grab some lorem ipsum here. Come back here. Paste that in. Align it properly. And then I'm going to set in a button. So to add a button, I'm just going to add like this square here. Make it really big first. Sort of drag it inwards to make it rounded. And then what you can do is make it smaller now. Maybe something like that. Put that in there. And then maybe we're going to put some text in here. So begin now. Or maybe you can do free quote. We're going to set the size to 36. And then put it into the middle, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that as is for now. I'm actually going to set the background color. So what you can do is we're going to fill. Okay, so click on fill and you can set the background color here. But I'm going to use the same color that I've used before. So I'm going to grab the color picker tool and eyedrop the color here. And as you can see, it's a bit too bright. So I'm going to reduce the opacity a tad to maybe like 90%. And as you can see, the text not visible. So now let's set the text to white. And again, what you can actually do is click on the colors, and that's going to add the color code in here. So click on the text here, add the color like that, right? For the button, we're going to keep that as remove the border, and maybe let's keep that as white. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's zoom out of the screen a little bit. I may actually reduce that size of that button a bit to maybe 32. And then let's reduce the button size a little bit. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the button, the shape, as well as the text inside. So Control or Command and click that. And then I'm going to group it. Okay, and then Control C to copy it and paste it. Okay, so that didn't copy, right? So what I'm going to do is just put the button up here for a second, change the color to maybe, let's change it to, let's eyedrop it and use that one there. Let's say you put that there, and let's just copy that text and bring that text up here. And then obviously you can change the text color and fix it if you need to. So let's just zoom out a little bit more and have a look at what we need to add. So we need to add an image here. So I'm going to drop an image. So when you actually drop an image, you can drop it into the circle and it's automatically going to crop just like that, right? And I'm going to remove the border. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And then what I'm going to do is ensure everything is aligned. So make sure that is sort of aligned with the text on the bottom. So here you can try to make sure that, let's say, the why hire me is aligned with your text like that, and then same with the button. Oops, let's just lock that, and then we're going to move this here. And I might change the button color to we're going to eyedrop this one to here. Change the text inside to white. Okay, so I think that looks a lot better. We may actually make the size a little bit bigger. Why hire me? So as you can see, I'm trying to align the text down from here, why hire me, to here, and as well as this section here as well. So if we actually go to some of the top websites in the world, like for example, you go to Apple, you're going to see that everything is aligned perfectly, right? So like here, it's aligned in the middle, right? Here, it's aligned across the text, across. And the same thing with, let's say you go to Uber, you see that the text here, get in the driver's seat, it's aligned with all the text here, like on the left. And also here, you can see on the white border, it's aligned straight down as well, right? You can actually control and zoom out of the page, and you'll see that for most professional websites, everything is aligned very, very nicely, right? So you want to try and do that for your website as well. You don't have to get it perfect, but if you can align it, then try to align it, right? So everything looks about pretty good right now. And what you can do is you can click on the preview button and you can actually preview your website. So it's looking pretty good. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually transfer the design onto our WordPress website really quickly. So to create a new page, we can hover over new and then we can click on page to create a new page. And what we're going to name it is Why Hire Me, just like that. And then you can click on publish, and then you can click on view page, and then we can start editing the page. So we're going to turn on the builder and we're going to build out our hero image first. So what we're going to do is click onto it and click on the styling to add in a background image, and then click on plus. And here you can upload your images which you have prepared. I've already uploaded all the images. I'm going to select this one here. So it's 1600 by 900. So you can crop it anywhere between that size, maybe even 1800 by 1000 if you need to. Insert file URL. And as you can see, you can't see that image. So what we need to do first is to change the background mode to full cover. And then scroll down. We need to add some spacing. So click on padding. And here we're going to click on deselect all. And we're going to add 15% padding to the top. And then for the bottom, 15% again, just to stretch it out a little bit. And then what we're going to do is add some text. So we're going to click on done. And we're going to put the text on the right hand side here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hover over the row and set in the row to 2 columns, just like that. So I can put the text in the second column. We're going to drag the text module, drop it in here, and then just type in why hire me with a question mark. And then I'm going to do maybe, let's just do a random subheadline, maybe 3 reasons every business needs to hire me, something like that. And then we're going to change this to heading 1. So for every single page, you only want one heading, one font. So this is for search engine purposes. You don't want too many heading 1s. You just want one. Otherwise, the search engine is going to be confused about what the page is talking about. Okay. Then what we're going to do is click on styling. and we want to change the font. So click on the tab here, General, and click on Heading, and we want to change the font for heading 1. So here I want to change the color to about a gray, so 555, something like that. And then I might reduce the font size to, let's say 3EM. Okay, so 3EM basically resizes it down for mobile devices as well. Then what I'm going to do is change the line height, so it's too much spacing there. Change it to about 12, or maybe let's do 15. Okay, and once that is done, click on Done. Then we're going to drop in a button module, so drop in a button below that. Change the shape to the one that you're using for your website, so I'm going to change it to the circle one. Then I'm going to change the button text to Get Started, and then here you can change your link to your contact page or to whichever page you want to link them to. So we're going to scroll to and click on the styling, click on button link, and then click on background, and then here we're going to set the background color. So you should have your background color already set in here. So we're going to use this one here, and then the hover, we're going to hover it a little darker. And then for the link color, we're going to set it to white, so ensure that it's visible. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. We're going to click on Save. And now we're going to add in the next section, which is the first reason. So you can click on the plus here, and I want to add in the same one like that. And then I'm going to drop in a text module. So we're going to drop in a text module, not just web design. And here we're going to change it to heading 2, right? And then we're going to add some text below that. So you can go to your Adobe XD and then copy over the text, paste that in, and that's looking pretty good. We just want to edit the color. So as you can see, we want the same color as the heading here, otherwise it just looks weird. So we're going to go to styling and click on the heading. This one's heading 2. We're going to change it to 555 as well. All right, so that's looking very good. Then the next step is to add an image to the right hand side. Drop in an image module, select the image, insert file URL. So what I want to do is hover over the row and hover over the gear icon, and then to align it into the middle like that. Okay, then what I want to do is I want to actually reduce that column down to about maybe, let's say 40%, like that. And then what we can do is we can click on Save, and let's just close it to view our page. Right, so what you're going to notice is that there's going to be a white gap here. So every time you create a new page, there will be a white gap unless you go and edit the page. So you can click on Edit Page, and we want to remove that white gap. So scroll down to Themify Custom Panel, and then for your content width, select Full Width, and then Update. And then go back here and view that page. And then that's going to stretch all the way across. All right. So I'm going to turn on the builder. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add a little bit of padding on the left and the right hand side. It's sort of stretched out too far out. So we're going to click on the styling tab, click on padding, and deselect that. And I want to add maybe like, let's say 5% to the top, maybe 5% or 6% to the bottom. See how that looks, maybe 5. And then for the left hand side, I'm going to try 15. So I'm going to bring that in a bit, 15 and 15. So once we've actually done that, then we can hover over here and duplicate the entire row. Do that 2 times. And then hover over the second row. And we're going to change the right to left, just like that. And then here we can just change the text. So click in the text module. This one is going to be called, I think, Work Directly With Me. Change the image to this one here. And then this one is going to be training and ongoing support. Click on the image, change the image to the correct one, insert file, and that is looking great. So we can actually preview that really quickly to see the spacing, if that's all correct and looking good, which it is. And then here we can deselect that and then add in the new row, which is going to be the testimonials. So we're going to drop in a text module here, testimonials, change this to heading 2. And what you can do is you can copy the styling. So copy this, and then we can actually paste the styling. So let's just click that, and then let's just change that to heading 2. And then that changes the styling because that's heading 2 as well. And we've already edited the styling here. We can copy it over like that. Now we need to actually change it to testimonials again. Then we're going to click on done, and we can drop in a testimonial module just like that. So let's just change the title, amazing to work with, and then grab your content from your Adobe XD, come back and paste that in, change the name, just like that. You can also change the styling here as well. Let's say we want to bold maybe her name, then we can go to the styling tab, click on general and person info, name, bold it, just like that, right? Then what we need to do is maybe just reduce the column on the side. So let's just do maybe 15%. Same one here, 15%, just like that. And maybe let's just click on this one to change this and put this in the middle. And I also want to change the layout of it to maybe this one here. And then add in the image, just like that, insert. And I think that's looking very good. Click on save. And finally, the call to action. So click on that. We can do maybe the one with the 3 again. Let's drop in, let's just grab this one here. So we're gonna duplicate this, drag it, and put it into here. Get started today. Oops. And then I'm just gonna delete some text just like that. And then I'm gonna reduce the column on the left, and also maybe reduce it for the right hand side as well to 15. And then what I'm going to do is click on styling, fonts, and maybe center it like that. And I'm going to add in a background color. So hover over the row and then click on styling, click on overlay color and background color, set that in. Then I'm going to set in the font color within that row, change it to white. Okay, so this one is the heading, okay, heading 2. So we actually need to change the heading 2 as well. Just delete that styling, and that's going to be white as well. Then we need to add some padding for that row. So we're going to click on styling, add some padding. Let's just try 5% to the top and 5% to the bottom. Okay, that's looking very good. Then we can click on done. And we need to add a button. So let's just drag a button in here, change it to circle. Okay, so we can actually drag and drop it and put it on the right. Then we can change the text. So get, or maybe let's just do begin now. And then what we want to do is line it into the center, styling, button link, background color, and we want to keep it as white. So click on white. The hover color is going to be a light gray. So F6, F6, F6. And the link color is going to be, let's say, 555, with the hover it's going to be 8333. Right, and then we can scroll up and we can click on save. Now we can zoom out a little bit and we can see what we need to do maybe. So what we can do is perhaps move this across a little bit so it aligns here with the text here. So we need to zoom in again. And let's reduce the column on the left a little bit. And let's see if that aligns properly. So scrolling down. So I don't really have the snap graphics on the WordPress theme. So I think that is fairly good. Okay, that's looking very good. Then we can click on save. So you can also save it as a layout. So perhaps you may want to create a services page. Then you can reuse the layout and just change the text and explain your service with an image and have a call to action on the bottom. And that is pretty much it. So we're going to click on save and we're going to close it. Now what I'm going to show you is how to get your website ranked on Google. And we're going to talk about keyword research, on-page SEO, off-page SEO, and everything you need to know. Okay, so what I want to go through now is what is SEO, why is it so important, how it actually all works, and then I'm going to go through keyword research to find the right keywords to target, on and off-page SEO, and analytics and tracking. So what is SEO? SEO is short for search engine optimization, and this is the process of optimizing your website so that it ranks on search engines such as Google, Yahoo, and Bing. So why is this so important? Now this is really important because right now, once you've completed your website, people can't actually find you in the search engines. It's not ranking, right? Unless people have a direct link to your URL, they can't actually search up, maybe like let's say you're a personal trainer, they search up personal training in Melbourne, your website is not ranking. Or maybe you're a carpet cleaner, they're searching up carpet cleaning in Melbourne and your website's not there, right? Now this is really, really important because this is actually one of the most effective ways of getting visitors and traffic to your website who are actually ready to buy. So let's say, for example, you are a carpet cleaner and you're advertising on maybe social media, you're paying for ads, maybe you're advertising on a billboard. People who actually see that ad may not be ready to buy yet, right? They might not even have carpet, or maybe their carpet is clean already. But when people are actually searching for you, right, carpet cleaning in Melbourne, it means that they're ready to buy or they're considering your service. So if you're not ranking on Google, then it means that you're missing out on thousands of potential clients who are ready to purchase what you have to offer. So how does Google actually determine your ranking? Although there are hundreds of different ranking signals that determine a website's ranking, here are the three main ones that you need to worry about. Now the first one is that Google will actually scan your website to determine if the content is relevant to the search query. So let's say, for example, the searcher has typed in carpet cleaning in Melbourne, then on the actual website and the content, it should include carpet cleaning in Melbourne or related search terms. Then the second thing is that Google actually determines how many relevant and high quality sites are actually linking to you. So every single link is sort of like a vote. Now the more votes you have, generally the higher that you'll rank. And finally, the third one, which is increasingly more important, is user experience. So how fast does your website take to load? What is the bounce rate, which basically means like, do they click into your website and just leave, or do they actually interact with your website and stay on your website for a long time? Because that is a positive ranking signal. If people are actually using your website, they're actually reading your content and consuming it, it means that Google is doing a good job in serving the best search results. Now, what we're going to do right now is find the right keywords to target for your business. So this is the Millernote board that we were editing before, and what you can do is click into website traffic. And here, as you can see, I have put all the notes here, and you can sort of refer back to it when you need to. So what we're going to do is do the keyword research. This part is really important because you want to make sure you're optimizing for keywords which people are actually searching for, right? And in this example, I'm going to be using a carpet cleaning business as an example of how to do it and how to find the right keywords. So what you can do is open up a new tab, and what you want to start off with is you want to think about what keywords are people actually typing in when they're looking for your service, right? So for example, people are probably going to type in, let's say, carpet cleaning Melbourne. If you're a lawyer or accountant, it might be your service and your location, okay? So we can scroll down here and we can see these top 3 results. We can click into them, and then we can look at their pages and see what services they're offering, and then you can have a good idea of what keywords they're actually targeting. So what you can do is you can highlight the text, and then you can right click and inspect, and normally it's going to be the heading 1 class, right, as you can see here, and that is their target keyword, right? So you can look at these other websites as well. This one's carpet dry cleaning Melbourne, and you can also hover over their services to see what services they're offering. And normally these are the keywords that they're targeting, right? The titles here. So what you can do is look through that and sort of write that down on like a notepad or maybe on Millernote as well. But an easy way to actually find out all the keywords they're actually ranking for is we can copy over the URL like this, and then you can go to a website called Ubersuggest. So you can just Google that and click on the first result, and you can paste in the domain here and set in your country that you want to sort of rank for. So here we're going to set in Australia and click on search. So it's probably going to ask you to log in, and I've already logged in, and that's going to show you basically more results. So here you can see the keywords, how many keywords they're ranking for, and their monthly traffic, and their backlinks. So how many links are actually linking to the website. So we can scroll down here to the SEO keywords because we want to find out what keywords they're ranking for. And we can click on view all. And then here you've got the list of keywords. This is the monthly search volume for this specific keyword. And this is the position that this website here is ranking for this specific keyword. And this is the estimated visits that sort of this keyword is generating for this website here, okay? On the right hand side here, the SD, this stands for SEO difficulty. So how hard is it to actually rank for? Okay, so the yellow one is moderate. The green ones are normally the good keywords to sort of target, especially if you're a beginner, right? But if you want to target the yellow ones, you can do that, but you just have to have a sort of longer time horizon, okay? Now, what you can actually do is export to CSV and save that onto your computer. So I've already saved it, so I'm going to just click on cancel, and you can open that file in your Excel, right? And what we can do is make sure you select anywhere within this data here, click on data, and then click on filter, right? So we can actually filter the keywords, the URLs, and the SEO difficulty. So what we're going to do is filter the SEO difficulty by ascending. So you can see basically the easiest ones to actually target, but it's a little bit messy here. So what we can do is actually filter it by ascending as well. So we can see the URLs grouped together, okay? So as you can see for their homepage, they actually are ranking for a lot of different keywords. Now, this is because their domain is quite old now, and sometimes over time, you'll actually rank for a lot of keywords maybe that you never actually really targeted, and this is going to happen for your business as well. But what we actually need is a primary keyword to actually target, right? So I basically chose the carpet cleaning service Melbourne as my primary keyword, and then these ones can be my related keywords. So carpet cleaning service, carpet cleaning services, right? So what you can actually do is look through that and also look through these other pages as well, and then sort of determine and group them together, right? Determine which one is going to be your primary keyword and then which one are some related keywords. So for example, if I click on the Miller note, so for example, this is my primary keyword, and then I've got these secondary or these related terms as well. So we're going to actually sprinkle these keywords within our content as well. So then hopefully it's going to rank for some of these related terms as well, right? But we do need just one primary keyword and maybe 4 or 5 related keywords. So let's head back to our Excel data. Now, you might be wondering, why am I targeting a keyword which has only 100 search volume per month? Now, I personally think that, once I actually rank for this one, which will be quite easy, I'll also be ranking for these ones as well. So these ones have about 900 in search volume each. So once that adds up, it's going to be over 1,000, right? So you may actually go for some higher search volume ones as well, because they're actually not that hard, but it'll actually take a little bit longer still, right? But these days, I think that Google also takes into account your location as well. So when the actual user is actually searching, Google will actually prioritize the nearest location to that user as well with the search results, right? If I think they have the geolocate actually turned on their mobile phone or their home address, okay? So you may actually want to go for this one as well, and you can basically look through this. It's going to take a little bit of time, but you do want to plan it out, right? And once you've actually done that, then you actually want to figure out what are some sort of indirect keywords that you actually want to rank for as well. So for example, the indirect keywords are sort of like how to remove coffee stains in the carpet, maybe like how to remove red wine from carpet, right? So if we actually look at this sort of image here, these ones here are sort of your service and your product pages, And there's only so many service pages that you can actually create, because you can't just create, end of lease cleaning Melbourne and then maybe end of lease cleaning in Melbourne as a separate page, right? You don't want to have sort of duplicate content, because Google's going to penalize you for that, right? You don't want to have the same content, because it's also going to confuse Google, which page are they going to rank, right? So with these informational ones, these ones are also really good, because they also sort of lift your entire website up, right? And all these other pages will actually rank higher. Okay, and you can create sort of unlimited informational type of blog post for your actual website. And when it actually comes to these service pages, it's less likely that other websites are actually going to link to these pages, right? Because they're your service or your product pages. These informational ones, they're more likely to be linked to, and that is going to help you sort of build up your backlink profile of your website and build up your authority. Okay, so that's why these ones are important as well. And what you can actually do is you can copy that keyword, go to Ubersuggest, and you can paste that in. And I believe you can just search that up like that. Okay, and you can scroll down and you can see some keyword ideas that you can actually do as well. Okay, so you can click on all keywords, and then maybe you can target some of these keywords as well. All right, so once you've actually got your list, then you can just put that there. Now, if you're sort of like a online business, for example, like a freelance web developer, graphic designer, or maybe even like an online yoga coach or business coach, I would personally focus on YouTube videos and ranking on YouTube, right? Because I personally think that, SEO is going to take a longer time. And when you're actually creating videos, it's actually going to connect with your audience a lot better. And it's also actually easier to rank for. Now, if video isn't for you, you can still focus on sort of long form content. For example, maybe like how to get 1,000 email subscribers, or how to build a website. But you do want to create the best content available. So you want to search up the top 10 results, and you want to create better content than that, right? Now, if you're a cafe, I would personally actually be more focusing on ranking on like food review websites like Zomato, Yelp, or TripAdvisor, or whichever review website that your country actually uses, because that is actually where my customers are actually going to find me, right? When you're sort of like a cafe or a restaurant, there's not many different services that you can actually target, right? So you can go for, let's say for your homepage, you can do like fine Italian cuisine in your location, Chinese restaurant in your location, maybe brunch in Melbourne, right? But you can't do like separate service pages like you can do with, let's say, dentists, doctors, mechanics, or things of that nature. So SEO sometimes is also dependent on your actual business, and you sort of have to sort of reverse engineer where your customers are coming from. If it's a local service-based business, then you want to focus a lot of energy on your search engine optimization. So what I'm actually going to do now is show you how to optimize it for your on page, okay? So this is the page that we're going to be optimizing. So as you can see, it's very similar to what we've created. I've just basically changed the content, changed the colors, and edited it a little bit, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our dashboard section, and to help us optimize our page, we're going to be using a plugin, right? So click on plugins, and then click on add new. And then we're going to search for a plugin called Yoast SEO, and then click on enter. And this is the one that we want to actually install. So click on install, and then activate. So once you've actually installed it, then it should show up on the left-hand side here. And I've got a full video to show you exactly how to set it up fully, but I'm just going to go over the basics in this video. So we can actually click on the pages. So this is the page that we want to optimize, right? Carpet cleaning in Melbourne. We can click on edit. All right, so we can scroll down here. So what Yoast SEO basically does is it provides a checklist, and we just basically follow it, and then we have a website which is optimized. All right, so we can type in our focus key phrase here. So for example, go to your Milanote, and we're going to copy over the main keyword, right, and just paste it into there, right? So for the snippet preview, this is what your site looks like in the search engines, for example here, okay? So I'm going to go back here, and we can actually click on edit snippet. you can click on the one that is for the desktop one, and we can change that, right? So as you can see, the title is in here already, so carpet cleaning in Melbourne. What I want to do is I want to change it, so we're going to delete these and just change it to, and paste that keyword in there, right? So carpet cleaning service Melbourne, and then hit on space, all right, just like that. And then here is your site title, so it should be changed to your site title as well, all right? So we can scroll down here, and here you'll need to enter in a meta description. So your meta description is basically the description that you find on your Google results. So for example, scroll down here, this is the title, and this is your meta description. So what you want to do is you do want to include either your keyword in there or a related keyword in there. Okay, so you do want to make sure that it does make sense as well. And that's the most important thing. All right, so we can go back here, and then you can actually, I'm just going to paste in the one that I wrote earlier. Okay, so if you actually have trouble coming up with your own description, then you can actually look at some of the copy that you find on the Google ads. Right, so these are the Google ads, and these companies are actually paying Google money for every single click that users actually click into it, right? So they actually get ranked above the organic search results, right? So some of these keywords are maybe like $5 to $10 per click, or maybe even $15, depending on what sort of keywords they are, all right? So you can use some of these sort of keywords within your own description just to make it a little bit easier for you. Okay, so I've typed it in, and I've tried to include that in here naturally. So are you looking for the best carpet cleaning service in Melbourne? And then get 3 rooms cleaned for $79. All right, then we can scroll down here. You can click on the SEO analysis, right? So click into that and scroll down. And what Yoast basically does, it analyzes all the content on your page, and then you just follow the checklist here, right? So there are some things we need to fix and some things that are already optimized, right? So let's say, for example, here, the key phrase density, the focus key phrase was found 0 times on the page, right? And they recommend us to put at least 2 of the keywords within the content of our page. So we can click on update for that for now, and I'll show you how to edit your page and set it up. Okay, so click on view page here, and then turn on the builder. So when you're actually creating content for your page, just create it naturally, right? And then you can actually sprinkle in your related keywords that you have here. So think of your content as food, and think of your related keywords as like salt and pepper. You just want to sprinkle it in, and you want to make sure that it does make sense, right? So I'm just going to put it in here just for the sake of the tutorial. I'm just going to paste in my keyword in here. So I just want to show you how it basically updates, right? So we can scroll down, and you can see here, carpet cleaning services. I have that keyword in there as well. So I've added it in naturally. And let's just say I just add it in here. Okay, sometimes in your testimonials, people will actually use keywords as well, all right? So I'm just going to paste that in and click on save and close that. And then I'm going to click on edit page to go to the back end of that page again. And then we can scroll down to here and click into it. And you can see that doesn't actually show up anymore, right? So I think it was the key phrase density. Okay, the focus key phrase was found 2 times, right? So you just need to work on each of these ones here, right? So as you can see, the H1 should only be your main title. And I've only got that for my website. But I think for the actual Themify builder, when you actually view it in incognito, then it's not going to show up, right? So if we actually, let's say we click that and open a new tab, and let's just right click and view page source, and then do a Control F or a Command F, search for heading 1, and you'll see that we've only got one here, right? Carpet cleaning services Melbourne. Click on enter a few times, and what you're going to notice is that the builder actually has the H1 ID in here. Okay, so that's why on the Yoast SEO it's going to show up and it's not going to register, but when you actually view it in incognito mode, then this won't actually show up. Okay, So don't worry about that small little error there. Okay, so we can close that and that's fine. Now let's just say, for example, we go back here and let's say that maybe your internal links is not done and maybe your image alt attributes aren't done either. Okay, so you can go back here and you can turn on the builder, and an internal link is basically a link to another page on your website, right? So if we click here, okay, residential cleaning, and then if you link that to another page, then that will classify as an internal link. Okay, so we're gonna click on done, and let's say for your images, you can click into that, and you can actually set the alt tag here, right? So here, for example, you can put in your alt tag here, okay, carpet cleaning service. Depending on what sort of image that is, if it's residential cleaning, then set your alt tag to residential cleaning. Okay, so basically Google can't really read images yet, and the alt tag essentially helps Google determine what image that is. Okay, so then Google can scan your website, scan the content, including the actual images, so they can see what is relevant to the user's search query, and then that will help the ranking as well. All right, so that's that, and let's just close that for now. Okay, and then let's refresh this, and then we can scroll down. So once that is green, then you're pretty much good to go. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'd say at least if you have 10 over here, and if you ensure that the heading 1 you only have 1, then that is good enough. Okay, so we can update that, and then what you'll need to do is you need to actually do that for each of these pages, right, and ensure they're all optimized. If it's like the about page or FAQ page, then that doesn't really matter as much. Just make sure that the basics are set up. Like maybe for your about page, like the heading 1 should just be about, and yeah, okay. So let's say if you want to add in your blog post, I want to show you how to quickly do that. You can go over and click on posts. All right, so here, this is the default hello world post. We're gonna trash that, and we're gonna add a new one. So we can click on add new, and I'm gonna copy over a title, copy it over, and then you can paste in the title here. Okay, so I'm gonna change that to like that. How to remove coffee stains, maybe in carpet or on carpet, sorry. And then what we could do is publish. So if you want to add content, then what you can do is click on the plus, and then you can drop, let's say, the text module into here, and then you can add the content. So let's just go to Lorem Ipsum and drag in some content. Okay, so I think this is the new one. Let's click on generate, and let's just copy over some text to quickly show you. Let's just paste that in, and maybe let's just make that a, let's say, a heading 2. All right, and click on done, and then let's add an image or something like that. Let's add an image and put it below that, and let's say we want to use, maybe let's say this one as an image. Insert file, and then we can click on done. Okay, click on save, and then what we can do is view post. Okay, so this is your blog post, right? And people can actually leave a comment as well, and you've also got a sidebar, which I'll show you how to quickly edit in a second. But I actually forgot to show you how to add in a featured image, which is important as well, so I'm going to show you how to do that really quickly. So click on edit post, and on the right hand side here, you can click on the featured image tab, right? And click on set featured image. And then you can upload your image here by selecting a file. I've already done that. And we can click the image and click on select, right? And then click on update. And then if we open that in a new tab, then you can have your featured image, right? So I'm going to add in 2 more blog posts really quickly, and then I can show you how to actually display your blog post on any page of your website. So to actually display your blog post, you can either create a blog page, right? Like a separate blog page, and we can click into that, and then we can turn on the builder. And to display your post, we can look for the post module. So let's look for the post module, and we can drop that in there just like that, right? And you can edit the display settings by changing the different grid layouts and things like that. So you can limit it to the number of posts, and you can play around with the different settings here, right? So if you want to remove the date, you can. If you want to remove the post meta, you can. It cleans it up a little bit, and that's how you do it, right? So you can pretty much add it anywhere on your page. For example, you could add it on your home page if you wanted to, or anything like that. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to edit your widget section, which is the sidebar. So you can go to your dashboard section, right? And then you can go hover over appearance and click on widgets. Okay, so this is your sidebar, and let's say, for example, we can delete these sections, right? So what we're going to do is actually open up your blog post. I'm going to open up a new tab and show you exactly what we're actually editing. So let's click on blog, and let's click into one of those posts, right? So this is your meta section. This is your categories. These are your archives and recent comments, right? So we can actually edit that, and we can delete that if we want to. So delete it. Maybe if you want to delete your categories, you can. We're going to delete the archives, delete the recent comments, and you can add any of these widgets back in here if you want to as well. All right, so let's say you want to add in your Themify social links, click it, drag it, and then you can just drop it in there like that and set it to open in new window and click on save. Right, and then once we refresh our page, then you can see that you can edit the sidebar just like that. Right, so I'm not going to go too much into it. I'm probably going to create another video for that. If you want me to make another video, make sure you drop it in the comment section. And that's pretty much it. Okay, so right now I'm going to show you how to do off-page SEO and sort of how to get backlinks to your website. Okay, so what is off-page SEO? Now, off-page SEO is essentially the process of building backlinks to your website. So before we were actually doing on-page SEO, that's editing our own website, right? So building backlinks is stuff which is not on our website, okay? Now, a backlink is essentially just like a link from one website to another. So for example, on this Forbes website, you can click on the link and it's linking to Apple. So that is a backlink for Apple. Now, a link is sort of just like a vote for a website, and generally the more votes that you have for your website, the more popular that Google will actually see your website, and the higher that you're going to be ranking for your keywords, provided that you have optimized on page. Okay, so when you're actually just starting out with a new website, you probably have 0 backlinks for your website, and your competitor, they may have a dozen links, they may have thousands of links, or even millions of links. So what we actually need to do is build some backlinks to build some trust for your website, because when Google actually scans your website and the content to see if it's relevant, they actually don't even know if that content is good or not. And a good indication of a good resource is a lot of links pointing to it, right? So there are quite a few different ways and techniques of getting backlinks. For example, you can get links from local directories and review websites. You can get backlinks from doing blog commenting. You can get backlinks from leveraging existing relationships which you have with other businesses. Guest posting, which is about writing an article for a blog owner and then linking back to your own website. You can get backlinks from Web 2.0s, which is sort of like a website that allows user-generated content, such as social media, maybe like your WordPress blogging platform, Tumblr. You can get backlinks from doing the broken link building method, resource page links, skyscraper technique, and there are dozens of ways to actually find and build backlinks. But I think the best way for a beginner to get started without getting too overwhelmed is to actually research and find out where your competitors are getting their backlinks from so that you can try and reverse engineer that. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that right now. Okay, so let's just say, for example, we want to rank for the keyword carpet cleaning. So what you actually do is you can copy that keyword and you can go to Google and just paste in the keyword that you rank for and click on enter. And then you want to scroll down to find the organic results. So for example, the first one here, and click into it. And then you can copy the URL or that domain, okay? And then you can go to Ubersuggest and paste that in, and then select the country in which you want to rank that keyword for. I'm going to select Australia and click on search. So that's going to pull in basically the backlinks and also the keywords and everything like that. So what you can do is click on the backlinks on here on the bottom left, And here you'll see that the domain score for the domain is 46, which is not too bad. This is the number of backlinks it actually has, about 6,000, but only about 381 unique websites, right? Because sometimes they'll have sort of multiple backlinks from one domain, all right? So what you can see here in this sort of table here is basically all the backlinks that it has for the actual domain, right? So what we're going to actually do is export it to CSV. So what you're going to notice is that they'll actually have a follow and also no follow here. So this actually represents all the do follow links, and the do follow links are actually the links which will actually pass that link juice or that vote to your website, right? Which is going to help you rank higher. But the no follow links actually don't pass any link juice, or they pass a very little amount of link juice, right? So it doesn't mean that you don't actually build backlinks for the no follow links, because they're still important, because sometimes you may be commenting on a blog which gets a lot of traffic, then you can still get a lot of visitors to your website, right? And sometimes the local directory websites, some are actually no follow, but it's actually really important as well, because it's going to build the local citations and it's going to help you rank your website for your local search, all right? So what we're going to do is export the follow links first. So what you can do is click on the export to CSV, okay, and save that to your desktop, and click on the no follow as well and export to CSV and save that onto your desktop as maybe no follow, okay? So once you've got that both saved, you can actually open up Google Sheets, okay? So log into your Google account, and then what you can do is click on File and then click on Import and Upload and select a file from your device and then select your backlink CSV, okay? And then click on Open. And what you want to do is replace the spreadsheet and then click on Import Data. And that's going to import all the do follow links, okay? So what we're going to do is also create a new sheet and then click on File, Import, Upload, select a file from your device and upload the no follow links as well. And we want to just replace the current sheet and click on Import Data. Okay, and then we can just click on rename, and this one just no follow backlinks. Okay, so we can click on the backlinks and we can start here. So select anywhere on the actual table, all right, and then click on the data tab and then click on create a filter, and that's going to create a filter up here. So what we're going to do is you want to make sure that you sort by the domain score, okay? Because the higher the domain score, the more link juice that it's going to pass to your website. So let's just say, for example, you get a link from Forbes.com. Now it has a domain score of 97, right? And it's mainly because of a lot of other trustworthy websites linking to that website and sort of other user metrics as well. So let's just say you get a link from Forbes.com. It's going to be worth a lot more votes than, let's say, getting a link from a new blog which John just started last week. Okay, so we want to make sure that we sort by domain score, so then we can build the most important links first. All right, so let's just say we click on the first link here. All right, so click on it once and then it's going to pop up, and then click on it here, and that's going to load the actual URL. So what you can actually do is click back here and you can look at the anchor text. Right, so what is the anchor text? This is Electrodiar's blog. You can copy that to your clipboard and just go back here, okay, and Control F or Command F and paste in that anchor text, and it's going to show you where that actual link is, right? So as you can see from this website, it seems like it's a parenting blog or maybe like a Web 2.0 website where you can actually write posts, ask questions, and share advice. So from my perspective, it looks like we can actually click on Join Us, and then we can actually sign up, and I think we can actually create our own article on this blog. So this is a blog about parenting. So what I personally do is I would either write an article about something about parenting and try to relate that to maybe something to do with the carpet, making sure it's clean for your babies or something like that. Or I'll probably comment Jane Hurst and actually see if she can write a post for our business and then include our link within the actual content of the blog post here, right? So what we can actually do is go back here, and for the link type here, we could do like, let's say it's a guest post, and then we could do like a little note thing here and say like sign up and write a blog post or contact the writer. All right. Now for the next one, we can click into it. So this website looks like a local directory, and what we can do is just look at it briefly to see if it will be actually relevant for our business, right? So if it is, you can probably look for a place where you can add a business, okay? Then add your business name and fill in all your listing details and things like that. So what I actually do is I'll just do, let's say, change this to directory, and then we will need to just add business info, okay? And now the next link, we're going to click into that one as well. Okay, so this one here, it looks like it's some kind of certification for cleaning, okay? And they link a lot of different other cleaning websites as well. So what I would personally do is figure out, is this something that would be relevant for my business? Should I actually get this certificate as well? Or maybe I do have a certificate and maybe it's with another sort of certification sort of website, then maybe I'll try to get a link from there. Or I'll get a certificate from here if it's like free or something like that. I'll try to sign up and get my link listed here as well. So what we're going to do here is, let's say certificate, okay, maybe try get certificate, okay, and then the next one here, click into that. This one is another directory, okay, so we can do directory, and then add business info as well. Click into this one here. So this one here, it seems like a blog of some type, and we can scroll through and figure out, where is that actual link. We can actually copy this anchor text, Control F, and find it. Okay, so it is just a photo from the actual website. So I don't think there's much you can actually do here besides actually uploading unique content and unique images on your actual website so that it may be actually found on Google Images and someone might actually use it and they might provide a link to your actual website as the actual source. All right, so you can actually skip that one, and let's just open this a little bit bigger. So here is one that I found before, and we can click into that one. So here it's SEOhacker.net, right? And as you can see here, we can go to success stories, and you can see that it links to the actual website, right? So Electrodry obviously hired or have used the SEO Hacker services, and they've left a testimonial. So what you can personally do is, let's just say if you're a carpet cleaner, you might be using like, let's say some kind of carpet cleaning equipment or carpet cleaning solution or something like that. And what you can do is try and find the actual product owner's website and leave a testimonial for your business. And then what you can do is ask for a link back to your actual website. So a lot of websites which have testimonials will actually link back to the domain. So it's quite an easy way to actually get a link back to your actual website, right? So we can do that here. We can just write down, this is a testimonial. So then what we could do is, reach out to existing suppliers or something like that. And what we've personally done as a local car mechanic business, we also have sponsored a student association, and we've basically giving the students 10% off. And on the actual member website, we'll actually have our link as well. So that's one way they can actually build links, which is to sponsor sort of local associations as well. what you can do is generally just look through all these different websites and try to figure out how can you actually reverse engineer that link, right? So I'll scroll down and build all the links probably up to, probably up to the domain authority or domain ranking of 10. I probably won't build anything below that because the link isn't that high of a quality, all right? So you can look through these and see if they're actually relevant or helpful in any way. Sometimes you can find a lot of golden nuggets in here, all right? So you can do that for your do follow backlinks and also your no follow backlinks as well. So I want to talk a little bit about your anchor text and how to actually link back to your website. So when you're actually linking back to your website for your anchor text, you want to make sure it's natural, right? So let's just say if you are leaving a blog comment, you don't want to have your name as, let's say if you're targeting carpet cleaning in Melbourne, right? It should be just your name. Let's say you're John or let's say you're James. Just put your name as the actual anchor text, right? So if let's say this person is targeting, the best orbital sander and he's putting his name as that for the blog comment, right? That's over optimization and Google might actually pick up on that and they may actually penalize you, right? So it's important that it's actually relevant, but make sure that it fits in naturally, right? So for your blog comment, something like this is fine. Priya, which is a name, and it links to the Electro Dryer website, okay? And you want to make sure that the blog comment is actually relevant and insightful, okay? Not just random spam because it's going to get moderated most of the time these days. So for example, for the local directories, it should just be your URL link. Sometimes when you put in your URL, then they may actually convert that into like visit website and that is fine. But you don't want to like always, just put like the carpet cleaning, anchor text everywhere when it's not necessary, right? Same thing here, probably best just for the URL, okay? For the directory, URL here, and you can look at let's say the Forbes website and you can see how they do the anchor text, right? So sometimes when it's appropriate, you can actually use your main keyword. So let's just say, for example, you are writing a blog post for a different blog and you're writing the article and you want to include your link within the article, right? So you can do something like this. Not all stains can be removed with tools and solutions found at home. If you still can't remove them, it may be better just to hire a carpet cleaning company. So it's very, very natural of how you actually sort of put that in, okay? And yeah, that's pretty much it. So off-page SEO and SEO itself is actually a really, really big topic and it probably could be covered in another 2-hour video in itself. But I do want to sum up and give you some additional tips and resources that you can actually check out. So if you're a local business, you want to make sure that you sign up and optimize for your Google My Business page and also your Bing places, and also get links from all your social media accounts and do all your local directory websites and actually get reviews to your Google My Business page as well. And let's say if you're an online business, I'll probably focus more on doing guest posting on other people's blogs and also focus really, really hard on creating the best content possible and also implementing the skyscraper technique by Brian Dean. I've also included the actual link here for the actual tutorial, and you can actually check out these links here and also check out these additional links here if you want to learn a little bit more about digital marketing, content marketing, SEO, conversions, and everything to do with websites, okay? So what I'm going to show you now is how to actually track your keyword rankings, okay? So we can go back to Ubersuggest and click on the actual dashboard. And what you can actually do is add your project, right? So let's just say, for example, we want to track our page. So click on that and go back here, add your first project, enter in your domain, or you can also put in the exact URL that you want to track, okay? And we can enter in a title. So this is for your own reference, carpet cleaning, click on next, and you can select your country, Australia, and then click on next. And then you can add the keywords that you actually want to track. So let's just say we want to track for carpet cleaning, okay? Carpet cleaning Melbourne, carpet cleaning services, and you can add all the keywords that you actually want to track, and then let's click on next. Okay, so what it's going to do is actually crawl your website, and it may take some time to actually complete. So you can click on go to dashboard. So you can actually come back to your project a little bit later and see if your website is actually ranking in your dashboard section here. Okay, so congratulations on reaching the very end of this tutorial. What I recommend next is to actually watch the backup your WordPress website tutorial, as well as to secure your website and speed up your website. So if you have any questions, make sure to drop it in the comment section down below or email me at support@hoganchua.com, and I'll try to put all the frequently asked questions on my blog so you can check that out as well. So you may also be prompted to actually update the Themify Ultra theme. Now you don't actually have to update it for it to keep on working. You can use it as it is, but the Themify team will actually continue to add new features. And if you want updates, you can actually email me at support@hoganchua.com, and I can send you the latest version of the Ultra theme by downloading it from my own dashboard and sending it to you. And what you can actually do is you'll have to manually update it. So you can hover over appearance and click on themes. Okay, and what you need to do is activate any random theme. Okay, for example here, click on activate, and then we actually need to delete the old Ultra theme. Okay, so delete that and click on OK, and then add new, and then upload theme, choose file, and choose the Themify Ultra theme which I sent you. It should be the .zip file. Okay, and then click on open, and then install, and then activate the theme, and then you'll have the newest version, right? You can also get automatic updates, but you actually have to get the theme support and the membership. So you can actually go back here and you can actually click on the link, or you can go to hoganchua.com/ultra, and that's going to take you to actually get the theme and actually get 1 year support as well. So I highly recommend it if you're actually a developer, or maybe if you're a small business and you need extra help to actually customize your website, then it's great. So for the standard theme, you actually just get one theme and the builder add-ons. What I recommend is probably the Master Club because you get all the 42 themes, as well as the plugins and the builder add-ons, which you can check out here. And also they've got the plugins here as well. And you can actually add those things onto your website as well for additional features, right? So once you actually get the theme, you can actually use Hogan as a 30% discount, and then you can log into your dashboard section, all right? And basically I've got the lifetime theme, so I've got everything here, and you can download it and install it onto your website. So basically if you want to automatically update it, then you can go back here and click on the Themify Updater and install that. So once that is installed, then we'll actually need to activate the plugin. So you can hover over plugins here and click on that. And then you can scroll down and look for Themify Updater, click on activate. And once you've actually done that, then this should pop up here, right? So we need the actual license key. So you can go back to your dashboard section and you can click on the license, and then you can copy over your license key to your clipboard and go back here, click onto that, enter in your username. So I'm just going to hide my username, put that in there, and paste in my license key, and I'm going to hide that as well. And then I'm going to click on save. All right, and it should show this successfully validated, and everything should be good. So if you actually need additional help, you can actually go to the support section here. And depending on which theme you're using, most likely it will be Themify Ultra. You can click into that. And you can actually look through some of the current problems, or you can actually click on start a new topic, and you can actually ask any question that you need here, right? And then you can put in your login details if you actually need the Themify team to log in and try to troubleshoot your problem. So that is pretty much it for this video. If you found value in the video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps me out, and I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for watching, and see you guys in the next video.